Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage. Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
NASCAR's longest race by mileage has long been the Coca-Cola or World 600, held at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A Southern tradition lives on, however, in NASCAR's longest race by time. The Southern 500 runs at a slightly slower pace, so despite being 100 miles shorter, often takes longer to complete than the 600-miler held up the road from Darlington, South Carolina. This is the final Majors Oval Race of 2025, and it's all starting now. Welcome to Pit Stop TV and the virtual Darlington, South Carolina. I'm Andrew Cardinale IV with Blue Carl alongside, and it's a pleasure to join you for coverage of the 2025 Major Series at Darlington. Today's coverage from Darlington is brought to you by the Majors, by Majors Garage, and by Whiplash SimCams. This is going to be a fun race. We had a very NASCAR round here for round number 10, and drivers and teams have had months to prepare. It came down to two road courses and an oval. We had Watkins Glen overnight, at least for us in the States, overnight in the international region. We had the Charlotte Roval, where NASCAR just wrapped up a little bit ago, for the Euro region this morning. Now, we throw in an oval here. Darlington, South Carolina, the track that is too tough to tame, maybe the toughest oval of them all for this amalgamation of drivers to go racing this evening. Blue, this is a really tough place to get around. So much nuance in every bit of pavement.
I gotta agree. I mean, just looking at the track, it looks real flat until you get up into those corners. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of movement coming into the straights coming out.
Yeah, well, what these track maps rob us of on ovals is the banking, the true perspective of how highly banked this track is. The racing line is always up near the wall, because years ago when this place was paved, for the first time anyway, when it was built, the track was actually built relatively flat. The racing line was built relatively flat. They built an exit lane, kind of an emergency lane at the very top, really highly banked. Drivers quickly figured out that was faster to go up on the high banking and carry momentum through the corner. And that just stuck. So they ended up reconfiguring this place over the years. They made the racing line a little bit wider than it used to be, but it is still just a very narrow strip on the top end of the racetrack where the racing line lives. And boy, we're going to talk about it all day long, I think, guys. Getting over just a little too far over the edge, maybe a little too far down the racetrack, down the banking, clipping that dotted white line. It's going to be a very fine line these drivers are on all race long, and this is the full Southern 500. This is going to be a lot of fun. Qualifying beginning. Let's go ahead and get down to it as you see time starts to roll in. Let's take the B-roll down and give you some sights and sounds here at Darlington Raceway. Robert Nash quickly to the top of the board. Times coming up on the left side of your screen. He's got a 29.417, and he's trying to be the fastest qualifier here at Darlington today. Oh, and he's loose in fourth.
What a slip. That's a mistake right there.
Here's David Hall out of turn number 4 in a Chevrolet, trying to get down to the line. He'll abandon that lap. Chris Willard down to the pit lane. Brett Pancari grabs the wall. That's unfortunate. We've seen a lot of him in past years with the Nork League here on Pit Stop TV. Steve McCorn's in the wall. Ryan Steele, one of our most recent oval winners. I think back to the Dallara IR05s at Homestead Miami Speedway. Ryan Steele in the top 10 so far, but a big swing just came in the form of Christian Challenger trying to chase down Nathan Dowd for the championship, and he is second now in qualifying. And is coming down to the pit lane.
Oh, run must be over there. Watching qualifying really what puts into perspective just how fast these tracks can really go when there's no other cars on track and it's just you and yourself and the track. It's no other feeling, honestly.
David Hall to the stripe. I believe these drivers have 4 laps, meaning they can kind of set this up in 2 different runs of a couple of laps apiece, and that's definitely an oddity presented this week, I think, by the fact that we are on 2 road courses and an oval across the different regions. This is one of those kind of mixed up rounds here in the Major Series. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, but we see this kind of odd qualifying format that you don't usually see on ovals in general. 4 laps is not what you normally would see, as Robert Nash goes faster and David Hall bins it there out of turn number 4. Ross Banfield nearly into the top 5 in his Ford Mustang. He was electric in the GTPs at Road Atlanta last round out. That was back in September in Majors Petit Le Mans. What can Banfield do here? 29.507 for Banfield, moves up to 5th place. That's ahead of Chris Willard, David Hall, and Austin O'Neill. Austin O'Neill also a winner last time out in class. That was in GTD back at Majors Petit Le Mans. He's trying to wrap up his run now onto lap number 4 through turns 3 and 4. Got the Fusion logos on the side, the Junior Motorsports logo on the quarter panel, and Austin O'Neill, can he go faster? He's 8th now with a 29.573. He'll pick up. It's a 29.423. That's 3rd place for Austin O'Neill, right behind Dallas Pataska, the leader of the eNASCAR program at the Majors Garage. And what can Pataska do here potentially? He's waiting. So let's bring up the weather conditions. He's waiting on weather, I think, trying to catch a cloud or something. There you see track temp 111 degrees, ambient temp 85. I think he's waiting to try and catch a cloud or maybe a wind gust.
I could definitely cook an egg out on that track. That honestly sounds quite wonderful. Some tire mixed in with the egg there.
You know, that's something they do in Oatman, Arizona, outside of where I'm from in Arizona. I'm from Bullhead City originally, and just outside of town is this little town called Oatman. They have a yearly egg cook-off on the sidewalk. It's hot enough to do so, may as well. But as qualifying wraps up, or gets close to wrapping up, we still have 4 minutes to go in this session. Plenty of time for these drivers to mount one more run and go for the top spot. Here's a look at Joshua Mertz getting back on the racetrack. This is from Kingsman Racing, the number 23 Toyota Camry. That orange is going to stick out under the lights for sure. This is going to be one of those day-to-night races, I do believe. At least it should be, if it mirrors what we would usually see in the Southern 500, starting in the day, running into the night. That transition is always huge, and you know, the track certainly changed for those races that we saw at Watkins Glen and Charlotte, but not to that kind of degree. Not from complete day and the heat of the day into the night like that under the lights. So we could see a massive swing in track conditions later on in this race. Joshua Mertz up on the racetrack. This is a flying lap for the 23 car. What can he do off of turn number 4? He'll have one more go this next time around. Pataska has not yet got back on the racetrack. You know who is on the racetrack, though, and is trending good? Oh, no! I've jinxed him just as I switch to him. Nathan Dowd spins out of turn 4 and will bin it there on the inside wall. Nothing too crazy, but it will certainly invalidate and ruin that lap time for Dowd. He was tracking green, even purple for a moment there in 3 and 4. Dowd will have to settle for a 3rd place qualifying effort. Mertz, meanwhile, will settle for 23rd, it looks like, to match his car number. Andy Banfield is on the racetrack, but in extra laps, and will not be able to go any faster for his qualifying effort. 38 cars here, by the way, today. A very healthy America's region field right now, and they are all having to kind of realize where they're set in their qualifying run now, except for this man. If anybody can knock Robert Nash off pole, it's going to be this 24 car, Blue.
This 24 here, I've seen him race some of these other races this weekend here, especially Watkins, and what a beautiful drive he had. He was trained first place, but in the end, he just took it and ran with it.
Yeah, I watched the first half of that race and had to step away. I mean, it was bedtime at that point. It was well early in the morning. Then came back and watched the last few laps of that race on Sim Speed, and just got an idea of how epic that battle was between he, Ewan Baker, and Thomas Hins, and it was a great race. I recommend you go back and watch each of the other 2 regions on SimSpeed and Global Sim Racing channel, but that Watkins Glen race especially, SimSpeed was treated to a good one as Pataska ended up winning out at Watkins Glen, and then again at the Charlotte Roval on GSRC in the Euro race. Here's Pataska's first lap back on the racetrack. It's a 29.368, looking to improve here on lap number 4.
Tires gonna be warmer coming through on this final lap here. Could see him take first here, but I don't want to jinx it too early.
He's got to pick up. He's got to pick up 2/100ths of a second over his best time as it stands through turns 3 and 4, right down along that inside lane, right on the dotted white line, back up to the outside wall, tracking towards the start-finish line, and Dallas Pataska does not have it. 2nd place is all the 24 can muster up.
I would almost say there goes the race. But sometimes you never truly know with these races. Anything could happen.
And now the cloud comes over the speedway. Track temp down to 109. He timed it wrong. If he had just waited a little bit longer, he still could have got those 2 laps in, and he's going to kick himself. That's something very popular in longer qualifying sessions in oval racing, waiting on a cloud. I'm sure people do it in road racing too, but I mean, you can see the shade over the speedway. He's got to be kicking himself right now. So qualifying will come down to a close. Andy Banfield still running some extra laps. I always love to see this, by the way. Drivers using the extent of the qualifying session, even though these laps are no longer counting, just continuing to run extra laps and get themselves accustomed to the racetrack. He could be on lap 15 or 16 or something like that by now, but it's only counted those first 4, so Banfield using the extent of the time. While he does so, let's talk about what else is going on in the Major Series. Coming up next, we have the Bathurst 500 on October the 26th. Then it's the Japanese Grand Prix November 16th, and these 2 rounds to finish out the schedule, Blue, are going to be very, very special.
Absolutely. You're going to see some supercars. The only time you're going to see them in this entire calendar here. Same with the Super Formula, is that the Japanese Grand Prix at Suzuka, one of my personal favorites as well.
A couple of great racetracks, couple of great car combos, and definitely going to treat us to some great road racing to cap off the 2025 Major Series. This has been a great season of racing so far, all across the board, whether it's international, Euro, or Americas. We've had some great racing week in, week out, month in, month out, if you will. Even the Majors 24 was a fantastic event, and boy, if 2025 is anything to gauge for what 26 could be, the Major Series is headed in a very, very good direction. But we've got cars heading down to the grid this evening. We've got 38 of them, as I mentioned, a healthy field here, ready to go racing. Drivers checking their setups for the final time, making sure they got the right setup loaded. I just noticed that Austin O'Neill was in the car and then back out. Now he's back in the car. Maybe he was adjusting the setup there briefly. Let's go through your starting lineup, brought to you by Lucky Performance. On pole, Robert Nash, fastest qualifier here in qualifying. That would make sense that he would be on pole. Then car 96 will lead us to the green, alongside Dallas Pataska, who won the international and Euro races at Watkins Glen and Charlotte. Nathan Dowd from third, he's our points leader. We haven't even looked at points yet, have we? We'll talk about that in a second. Then Austin O'Neill fourth. Lionel Callisto fifth, Christian Challoner sixth. On back to row 4. It'll be Ross Banfield, David Hall, and finally Chris Willard and Brian Bennett in your top 10.
Coming out of the top 10, 11th, we got Brett Pincari, 236. On the outside, Seb Corns, number 406, looking beautiful. We got Wayne Hutchinson, 13th. 14th, Ryan Steele, wonderful driver. We've seen him quite a bit here. Bryce Roberts inside on the 15th. And then Wyatt Roberts on the 16th. Daniel Johnson running at 6:59. 99 is Shane Vicari in the 18th position. Sebastian Jackson at 19th. Jason Wallet on 20th.
Back in 21st, you'll find Brian McGreevy in the 68, Greg McEnany in 22nd, then Joshua Mertz, Derek Cook, 23rd, 24th, Lynn Kinchlow from 25th spot, Timothy Klaus from 26th, and to complete your top 30, William Fletcher, Matt Gelder, Don Dolson, and Andy Banfield.
Coming into the 30s here, Kyle Graham running 31st, 32nd, Ronald McPherson on 33rd. Bill Daly, 34th, wonderful fun driver to watch there. Jason Lottridge, 35th. Robert Northway, who also ran the International, 36th. Scott Kupas, 37th. Craig Hawkins, 38th, to round out the field.
Quick look at driver standings. We'll check out team standings in a little bit. Your driver standings look like this. Nathan Dowd on top by 59 points over Christian Challoner. Robert Nash in third. Austin O'Neill fourth. Ross Banfield, Ryan Steele all have wins. And Pataska's got 2 oval wins this season. We'll talk more about that graphic a lot today. We've got a long race to do it. Let's turn the music down and turn the engines up here. 500 miles, 367 laps here at Darlington Raceway, and it all begins now. Green flag.
Right into the start line, kind of slow there coming into turn 1.
Off turn number 2, single file through the extent of the front of the field. A couple of battles further back, one car way down low. And that is going to be a battle between Seba Corns and Chris Willard.
I like this. I like the smartness of these drivers. You see them not holding the side-by-side too long. They know this is a long race. They know they got plenty of time to get moves done.
Pass there, Ryan Steele clears Brett Pancari to turn number 1, so you don't want to go side by side in these corners if you don't have to, especially 1 and 2. You can manage it down in 3 and 4, but even then you want to try to avoid it where you can. As Dallas Pataska has Nathan Dowd to worry about right now. It's only lap number 2, but already a battle here for second place. Nathan Dowd looking very, very good. You know, it's been a Dallas Pataska kind of year on ovals so far, but I think the 4 ovals that come to mind between Daytona, Charlotte, Homestead, and New Smyrna, Pataska's won 2 of those races. Dowd and Steele won the other 2. I just feel like Dallas Pataska has easily been the most well-rounded driver on ovals this year, and it makes sense. Again, he's the leader of the eNASCAR campaign for the Majors Garage. He kind of should be the guy to beat on ovals. It's been that way here in the Americas region.
And you know, if he's the guy to beat, Nash so far is beating. He's pulling off a little bit of a gap here. You know, Dowd distracting Pataska.
Off turn number 2, look at this shot. Right down the back straightaway. By these cameras as fast as they can go down into the corner. One move there, that's Ryan Steele back to the inside. That's going to be on Chris Willard. This is for the 11th place now. Steele in that dog bear machine moving forward since the start of the race. Started back in 14th, now up into 12th.
Some good early gains from Steele here. That always feels really nice, getting that good jump off and start, getting a few places.
On board now with Ryan Steele down the Boeing backstretch here at Darlington. Here the downshift into the corner. I will say, props to the Major Series. I don't know how they managed to get 3 different tracks where shifting will be so prominent all race long, but you will hear these guys downshift just about the entire race down in 3 and 4. Maybe not up over in 1 and 2, maybe leaving it in 5th gear, but I would think even there they'll drop down to 4th and have that edge going back up through the RPMs, back up onto the back straightaway. The new gearbox that these NASCAR Cup cars have moved to with the kind of invention, if you will, of the next-gen car, the Gen 7 car, has really opened up these ovals to be run a completely different way than they used to be. You used to never be downshifting here at Darlington once upon a time. Then eventually some guys decided to start testing out 3rd gear down in 3 and 4, and then with this next-gen car, you're shifting both ends of the racetrack just to try and make as much speed as possible.
Say all of these cars, quick shout out to how beautiful they all sound together.
As they come by the speed shot here, really good sounds.
Honestly, not the worst car to listen to downshift.
Yeah, I think it's a really, really good sound in these Gen 7 cars. But I definitely hear people out on why they maybe don't like these cars as much as previous generations. I think it's still a great race car. It's a lot of fun to watch, and it can be a lot of fun to drive at the right racetrack on the right track conditions. But as we're nearly 10 laps in, these drivers should be able to go. I'm throwing a dart, honestly, in the dark. I don't know exactly how long it can go on fuel, but if I had to guess, it would be somewhere around probably 60 to 70 laps on fuel. I would imagine they don't go much further than 50 on tires, though, and break this race down into smaller segments because timing, they're going to lose too much time if they stay out 60 laps on tires. This place eats tires up. It's known for it. The higher banking, the grittier asphalt, it just tears tires up. And of course, iRacing has to simulate that in some ways. Maybe the track is technically all still flat, but it wears tires still. That's coded into the track. It wears tires at a high rate and makes it harder for these guys to maintain that pace over the course of a run. So we will see, I would imagine, most drivers pit before their fuel runs technically would be up, which opens up the strategy options a ton. You can do a lot over the course of this race if it does go mostly green like it has so far and is looking like it could go. I know it's very early to say that, but 10 laps in, it's a very good looking field, very spread out across this 1.36 mile speedway.
Now, don't jinx that green. I mean, I don't think any of us want that here, though. It would throw quite the wrench into the tire and fuel runs, as we were just mentioning.
And I showed you the graphic at the drop of the green flag. Let's bring it up again. The Whiplash SimCam's race details. It's a 367-lap, 499.12-mile race, otherwise 500 miles. 100% fuel, unlimited tires, I do believe. I don't think a limit was put in. I didn't see one on the website, but open setup. It's a 30 incident limit per what I saw on majorseries.com. And then cautions, of course, are enabled, and there is one fast fix. One car is slow, and that's Craig Hawkins. Down on the inside lane. That's the number 81, about to go a lap down. He'll be the first driver to lose a lap here today. He has fallen well back of others, but there are other cars about 3-4 seconds ahead of him that these drivers are about to get into, so already leaders fighting through lap traffic, and you see Hawkins plays nicely here, but it won't always be that way.
And his car just generally looks slower here. It makes me wonder if there's an incident we saw.
Oh, no! And there's the first crash and caution of the day. That's going to include what looks to be David Hall. A couple of cars swerved down to the inside to avoid, but David Hall around, or not even around, just smashed up into the outside wall as Craig Hawkins goes around.
The question stands now, is his car okay to drive still, or is it going to be messy for him?
These drivers should have one fast fix, so if he has to, he can use that fast repair to get back on the racetrack with a pristine race car. The problem is, you don't want to have to use that fast repair just 14 laps into a 500-mile race.
I suspect we'll be getting the answer to what he's going to do very, very soon.
And we'll take a look back at what happened to Craig Hawkins a lap ago. I mean, we kind of saw it in the background, right? He was loose on the apron, tried to come back on the racetrack here and just got loose again, I guess. This is actually further back. This is actually how he ended up in the way. Well, not in the way because he got out of the way, but in the sight of the leaders, I'll say. He had a slide there in 1 and 2. The leaders caught him. He got down out of the way. And then as he's trying to avoid the field, just unfortunately got loose. And these cars are way down on the ground, very low ride heights, very smooth underbodies. And that rear diffuser, if it hits the track, you're losing all grip. You're losing all the downforce that it would otherwise make. And looks like just catches the seam in the wrong way and spins around. Hall has nowhere to go. Wow. Unfortunate.
That's got to feel absolutely terrible for Hall. Like, nothing else he could do. You know he's kind of fuming there.
Yeah, and nothing against Craig Hawkins, but he should be. You know, a lapper makes a mistake, and Hall's race, which otherwise was in the top 10, is suddenly out the window, potentially, due to that. So, again, nothing against Craig. It's an honest mistake, but David should be upset. Look at it here from David Hall's onboard. Just minding his own business. You just never think that's going to happen.
And you can see him try to slow down there. It makes you wonder, you think he's going to come back for revenge?
No, I think he passed Hawkins there under yellow and was okay. It was far away from the 81 car and kind of let him do his thing. And you see the fast repair taken by David Hall just to stay in the race. Glad he's able to do so, but it's going to be a long 350 laps with no fast fix left in the bank. That is painful.
One thing I would like to bring up, unless I was looking on the site wrong, there is a lucky dog here, so we could see someone flying by here pretty soon. Maybe it's Hall. That
will have been completed by now, but I think we would not have gotten one, as Hawkins was the only car one lap down. So thankfully, this actually speeds the caution process up a little bit faster and gets us restarted a little bit sooner. Big note here in this pit stop cycle, Pataska is down to 7th place. I'm not sure what went wrong on the pit stop for the 24 car, but he is, I mean, look at this angle. He is deep in some traffic now. 7th place on a restart here at Darlington. That's going to be tough to overcome. at least quickly. It's going to take some significant work there. The front of the field now is Robert Nash and Nathan Dowd. We'll come back around to the restart zone and get our first restart of the day here. Still a long ways to go at Darlington Raceway. Green flag is back out. We're racing once again.
Tosca there moving around already a little bit, trying to figure out where he's going to stake behind and how he's going to run this before hopefully working his way back up to the front.
One car low, that is Pataska. One other car low, I believe that's Brian Bennett. And it is the 71 car coming straight down the racetrack here. I think he's got a problem. I think he's got a pit. Maybe a jumped restart. I'm not sure what else this could be. This is the restart zone. I'm not sure what's going on here for Bennett. I don't see any problem there.
Yeah, this is a little weird that he's coming in. Do you potentially think it's a incident limit already?
No, definitely not an incident limit. We haven't even had 30 laps, I don't think. I mean, this is really strange for Bennett to come straight down the racetrack like that and have to pit. There's no way he's doing this willingly. This would have to be some kind of penalty. And I would think if it was a pit penalty, you know, speeding in the pit lane or something. Well, it was only a 5-second stop. Do you not fill up on fuel, maybe? That's the only thing I can think now. I am genuinely confused. Regardless, back up to the front of the field as Bennett blends in the 37th spot behind Craig Hawkins and ahead of Matt Gelder. Gelder's down the pit lane. Problems here. Not sure what's going on in this Toyota Camry, but Gelder is now 2 laps down and is headed back on the racetrack after a significant pit stop, 41 seconds. That also sounds like potentially a penalty, perhaps. I'm not really sure what's gone on there.
I just took a quick look here at the sheet they have for protests. I'm not seeing no admin handed out penalties here, besides that full course yellow giving him an EOL, but otherwise nothing.
Very strange. Here you go, battle for second now. For the points lead as well. This is Christian Challoner defending over Nathan Dowd. Challoner got the spot on the restart. Dowd wants it back. Of course, he was second coming to the green flag, lost that spot, and wants to get it back away from the number 1 of Christian Challoner. Austin O'Neill just behind. We are in great company up front, by the way. A lot of really good drivers. I mean, this is the cream of the crop of the Americas region up front. This is as good of a field as you could want up at the front of the field.
And you know, I'm just looking at this track. I have never raced Darlington, though I've seen a few races, and I just gotta think this has gotta be a little hard to make moves on with how scary this banking looks.
Incredibly hard to pass. That is always the conversation here at Darlington Raceway. It's incredibly hard to pass, especially in this next-gen car that makes dirty air so prominent. You know, the diffuser was to try and help battle against dirty air, to try and funnel air underneath the race car and still have it hit the front end of the car following. That way there was still some front downforce. But if anything, I think it just sealed the car off, the leading car off to the racetrack more. It made it harder to pass that car because of air. So it's commentary we can go back and forth on for a couple of hours, I'm sure. But we'll save you from that for today. Regardless, it's difficult to pass on this racetrack in this race car. It definitely requires a lot from the driver, and honestly, you usually have to either use the body or pressure the car ahead into a mistake. And we've seen both in plenty of NASCAR races here in the past few years.
I mean, you already see Dowd trying to pressure Challoner here. Watch him move to the inside here. Just show him in the mirrors a little bit. Say, hi, I'm here. Make a mistake for me, please. Though, so far, Challoner not falling for it.
Multiple drivers, by the way, or at least viewers, commenting on Dallas Pataska in the YouTube chat. Joe Homan even chiming in that The last time that the majors raced at Darlington, he lapped the field in Euro. And if he can just get out front and get that track position, Blue, I gotta believe Dallas could do that, or at least close to it today. Could lap much of the field, maybe not the entire field. You got Christian Challoner, Nathan Dowd, Robert Nash. You know, a lot of these leaders, I think, would hang with him at least on the same lap. But I gotta believe if Dallas can just get clear to clean air out front for a long period of time, he could easily lock this one down and sweep the weekend.
And I will say, just in the time that we've been green again, you see him already gaining a place. Take it from Banfield there into P6, P7 he was on the restart.
Oh, look at this. Drivers going by a lap car. Very, very narrow running room there as Scott Kukas goes a lap down. Damage on that number 242. You see his Dog Bear Toyota Camry has been in the wall, gets in the wall again as Dallas Pataska goes by. So that held that bunch of drivers up on the back straightaway there. It allows Pataska to get that much closer, that much sooner. He's now right in the tire tracks of Lionel Callisto, who's been very quietly in the top 5 already today. And Dowd got the pass made on Christian Challoner finally as Kukas continues to kind of disrupt the field through the front runners. Brent Pancari and others going by him now as the top 10 gets clear of that lap car. The next lap car these drivers would have to contend with would be the 143 of Ronald McPherson. He's racing with Bill Daly here at the back end of the lead lap cars, and they are struggling, I'll say.
Struggling is maybe a little light if I can see him hit the wall there, but you know what? At least these cars can take quite the beating.
Be careful, though. They can take quite a beating up until a very certain point. There is a very thin line that all of a sudden, once you cross it, the toe link is very bent, and it takes a handful of minutes to repair. So they can take a beating up until a very fine line, and then suddenly you're in the pit lane for 10 minutes and wondering how you got here. So definitely got to be careful, try to minimize those impacts to the wall. The bodies, though, I mean, ever since NASCAR made this big switch over to these composite bodies in the NASCAR Xfinity Series and NASCAR Cup Series, they can definitely take contact, light contact much easier. They don't immediately crumple in the real world or even here on iRacing. They definitely hold their shape a lot better. So as you're watching the race leaders continue to work up on lap traffic, keep that in mind. If we get down to battling later, we could see these guys lean on one another to make a pass. Lap traffic lying ahead. There's the evidence of the shifting. I'm sorry, I keep talking right when you go to talk. I just want to say Austin O'Neill here in 4th gear, pulls up to 5th. That's using the full extent of the sequential gearbox in these cars. Now, as Jason Lottridge has got a problem. And Lottridge seems to be coming down to the pit lane. Oh my goodness, wow, this is not going to end well. Up the racetrack big time. He will get down to the pit lane. This is replay worthy, I think, just that little bit that we saw there trying to get down to the pit lane.
That looks like quite the handful of damage. That's no good.
Racing here with Joshua Mertz and Brian Bennett. Bennett, the lapped car, trying to go by. Lottridge gets loose. Bennett was just there. Oh my gosh, that's a massive hit.
Absolutely tragic, even down to 35th there.
And you see that contact to the outside wall. You don't have to know much about these cars to know that right front does not look right. Well, sure, it looks right in that it's on the right side of the race car, but that's about it. It's now way up in the air, height's way up there. The camber looks a little weird. And then down here trying to get to the pit lane, it just doesn't look like it's turning the right direction because it's not. And it is all kinds of out of whack. And just to get down the pit lane, let's see how his steering looks. That is very cattywampus, as they would say in these parts.
Absolutely rough. I think he's going to take his quick repair here and hopefully get back out there.
He has done so. The car looks good, but here come leaders to go by, and that's Ross Banfield, and Banfield runs in 7th. So Lottridge being passed up by a bunch of leaders. He's now 2 laps down to the 37th spot. The only car behind him is the 42 of Matt Gelder. Whoa, behind him, big hit. That's 8th place, C. McCorns. Oh my goodness. I don't know if it's Corners or Cornez. I'm going to go Cornez. That sounds a little better. Regardless, Cornez is in the wall hard.
It looked like it definitely hurt just a little bit. You see on the side of the car there.
Same deal, just
right
like
side
Lotridge.
yeah.
The right side, the right front is not how it should be. And going off into the corner, here we go, caution. That's going to save the 406. Shane Vickery in trouble. This is out of turn 4.
Car looks clean here. Must have just been something happened.
Was racing around, I believe, Northway and Kinchlow. I do hope neither of those two cars were involved, but there is one of the lap cars that we were talking about earlier. That's the 242. That's going to be Scott Kukas. Goes by Scott, and then coming out of turn 4, you see Vickery just loose. Loops it on his own. Oh, Lynn, no!
Oh, Lynn. Oh. Just right when you think I'm going to make it, and car comes up and just gives you a little bit of contact, gives you a little kiss.
Lynn Kinchlow, a longtime member of the Major Series and valued admin and such, was part of the broadcast team actually for the international region overnight with Sim Speed, and unfortunately Lynn takes a bit of a hit there to the left front, gets into the wall. I'm not concerned about the wall contact, I'm more concerned about the car backing up into Lynn's left front. It looks okay, but the eye test doesn't always tell the full story.
Not at all, and I'm just going to say, I see them typing something here. Potentially could see something. Oh, whoa. The great migration into the pits today.
Yes, a very large selection of drivers coming down to the pit lane. I suspect you'll see just about everybody, every opportunity they have to pit and get tires. Unless it's only been maybe single-digit laps, I think you'll see all of them come in. Anything beyond about 5-6 laps, you'll probably want to get tires. But then if it is about 5-6 laps, you know, might want to just take 2, try to save some track position. Regardless, everybody comes in here. It's been about 20 laps that we've been green. And we've got everybody in for tires. Challenger releases, Dowd releases. Dowd's going to win the race off the pit lane just over Robert Nash. Pataska will exit 5th. And it's 4 tires and fuel across the board out front. But Pataska getting that spot over Lionel Callisto was huge, not just for the actual track position to be technically ahead of Callisto, but because that will put Pataska on the inside lane, headed down to turn number 1 on the restart.
Pataska making up quite a few positions, considering, you know, the track here, since the last caution starting in 7th.
Many more on the pit lane still. Here's Brian McGreevy taking service still, trying to get out of the pit lane now, and we will bring Bill Daly down the pit lane as well. Brian Bennett's out there. That was Scott Kukas, I think. Yes, Scott Kukas still in the pit lane as one car gets the lucky dog, it seems, or wave around or something. And that looks to be Lotridge. Jason Lotridge.
Let that car rip. One thing that I think I haven't thought about much with lucky dogs and wave arounds, you never realize just how much warmer your tires are going to be on the start there. Just that little teeny bit.
It can definitely help you a little bit, honestly. It can hurt you at times if your tires are already warm, but it can help you other times if your tires are fresh and trying to get back up to temperature. Here's a look at the Cody Williams Design race weather details. 85 degrees ambient right now. The track temp down to 107. It was a little bit higher in qualifying. It's come down a little bit. The other stuff, you know, isn't too big of a deal right now. The winds are relatively calm. Might catch a cloud or two still. As you see, it's mostly cloudy, and the humidity isn't out of control or anything. While these guys continue to pace around the field and get formed back up, I want to take a look at what's upcoming for us here at Pit Stop TV. The next few broadcasts. This Thursday, this coming week, if you will, we head out to a brand new venue to the iRacing.com service. That's Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. Going to be a lot of fun as we go to Mexico City with super late models. Yes, an oval race, not on the road course, but running the Mexico City Oval. That's been used in the NASCAR Mexico Series and some other regional series. That's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very much looking forward to it. It's going to be a one-of-a-kind race The first time I believe that series has ever left the United States, virtually anyways, as the Sim Auto Racing Association Pierce Fleet Service Super Series heads down south to Mexico City. Dallas Pataska might be in that race. He hasn't run much super late model races over there recently, but that could bring him out. And we've got a problem under pacing, I think. One car just had a big issue. I think it's Jason Wallet. Hang on, let's get the graphic out of the way. This looks like a hardware malfunction.
You see some dents in the rear there. So I will
see. The start has not been called off, so we're going to get restarted here regardless. Let's call the start first, then go back and look at it. Here we go, back to the restart zone. Green flag is out. A lot to be sorted out behind, but that's a big restart for Dowd over Nash. Pancari grabbing the wall back behind. He falls back to the 8th spot behind Banfield. Side by side now, O'Neal and Pataska around turns 3 and 4. And O'Neal is going to win that fight for now, maybe. Side by side.
I love myself some healthy side by side. Pataska it gets just right through coming into turn 1 there. Beautiful move to take P4.
Very strong move as well, showing a lot of muscle there, does Pataska. Now Jason Lottridge, Jason Wallet in the 589, getting my Jasons mixed up. He is in the pit lane. Let's go back and see what happened. He's down to 37th, already 2 laps down. Something drastic happened under pacing here. This is, I think as it happens, yes, hardware malfunction there in the middle of the pacing field. He got it sorted pretty quickly, but it happened very abruptly, right in the middle of the field. Let's go back one more time here.
It almost looks like a wheel calibration just
it does.
To start.
Looks like he locks full left on the brakes. That is so indicative of a wheel calibration issue of some sort, whether it's coming disconnected or suddenly calibrating, as there's a caution out now. Yellow flag. It's going to be Shane Vickery again. Let's get back to line. Well, we'll go straight into another replay. They say it's Shane Vickery, but another car actually is around. I believe it was Craig Hawkins. Could the 99 have been involved? Here's Hawkins. Some racing up ahead. This is now to turn 3. Brian Bennett goes down low. This is now the caution incident replay. Bennett and Hawkins go through 3 and 4 side by side, or at least started to, as Hawkins swaps ends on the 81 and nowhere to go for those couple of cars. That was, I think that was that was Gelder and Vickery that hit him.
Once again, just nowhere to go, no way to really predict that happening there.
So there's Hawkins in the quarters, completely loses control. And here's Gelder, gets hit by Vickery trying to slow down, and then you see they both get involved there, Vickery as well.
Definitely a sight you don't want to see, a car looking back at you.
Yeah, that is not ideal. Here's Vickery's perspective. You see Hawkins come right around, trying to check up, and Vickery almost got by it. And this begs the question, do you come right back down the pit lane? I mentioned out of the last round of stops, you know, single digits you might not come back in, double digits you will. Here we see several cars coming back in. This, though, is likely mostly going to be drivers coming in for damage repairs of some kind.
Damage, and then might as well take some tires and fuel while you're at it.
I mean, even if you count the caution laps that we've turned since these guys were last in the pit lane, I mean, 8 laps for the leaders. Only 8 laps, and that's probably 4 laps of green flag, maybe 5 laps of green flag racing. So this is definitely manageable to stay out for now, as I just saw one car pop into frame off of a toe. That, I think, maybe they jumped out and got back in. Maybe that's what it was. I don't think it was anybody new to into the pit lane. So I think it was Lynn right here. So Lynn will head back out on the racetrack. Lynn is still on the lead lap, but not by a whole lot, as Craig Hawkins is now the first car 1 lap down.
Absolutely tragic day so far for Hawkins.
Yeah, not at all what Hawkins has wanted in this race, but a long ways to go still. And being that this is an open setup race, there are some adjustments that can be made. Don't ask me to tell you which ones. I haven't run an open setup next-gen race in a very long time, if ever. So I don't have that memorized of exactly what you can or cannot adjust on these cars on the fly in pit lane like that. But I do know that there are some adjustments, springs, stuff like that you can change. Well, you can't change spring rates. You can't swap a whole spring, but you can change like perch offsets and stuff like that traditionally in NASCAR stock cars. Again, I'm not sure exactly what can be done with this car on the pit lane anymore, but there are some minor adjustments that can be made to help them get a handle on the race car, so that might help Hawkins as the day goes on, but it'll be very much on that. And I don't have a way of checking the in-sim time, Blue, but I am starting to wonder if we'll see any nighttime racing, because we are still very much early in the day based on the shadow. I've been here to Darlington. The sun sets behind turns 3 and 4, and right now you see 3 and 4 is still very much in sunlight. You would imagine if we were close to sunset or nighttime racing, that would all be in shade at this point. I think this is going to be a purely daytime race. I would have expected to mirror the Southern 500 to race into the night, but that's going to be almost more challenging on these guys, because later in the race when you're worn out, the track usually would cool down and it gets easier to drive. These guys got to race on a hot track all race long.
Absolutely tragic. The time will roughly be hitting about 3:30 sim time here, I believe, looking at their website pages. Of course, that's just a prediction. I cannot tell the time.
Well, 48 laps into the major Southern 500, a very long ways to go still. Let's cross our fingers and toes and hope for a little bit of green flag racing on this occasion as the field works through turns 3 and 4. Back around to the restart zone. Nathan Dowd at control. Robert Nash second place. Row 2, Christian Schauner, Dallas Pataska, green flag back in the air. The whole field back up through the gears to turn 1.
Pataska looking for third again here. It looks like he's going to get it for now. He's back up to the lead almost here.
Mostly single file off of turn number 2. Couple of fights deeper in the field. David Hall, one of them, as he races here with Chris Willard through 3 and 4. And there you go. Hall gets clear of Willard. Great perspective as they battle through 3 and 4 there. And now a side-by-side slightly further back. Sebastian Jackson gets clear of the 17 of Wayne Hutchison. A couple of staple members of the major series right there.
I will say one of the great things about these majors races is these staple members. You will always see them in every race, and you're going to say, oh, hey, it's that driver. You know exactly how they drive, you know what to expect, and you know you're in for good racing.
Yeah, Sebastian Jackson and Wayne Hutchison are a couple of those veterans that you just know what you're going to get from them for sure. As you see a pass there from Brian Bennett on Brock Hawkins and Josh Mertz through 3 and 4. Now Steve Cornez and Daniel B. Johnson get to battling, and there was contact there through 1 and 2. Johnson falls back. Bennett now looks low. This is all for the 20th spot. Deep in the field. And the Sector 5, number 71, clears. The Kingsman Racing 6:59. Caution right behind this, and it is Brock Hawkins, along with Shane Vickery in the outside wall.
Now this one doesn't just look like self-sim. This looks like maybe a little bit of contact came down here.
And this again will put these leaders in a box. Do you pit? Do you come in for tires? Do you stay out? It's going to be a tough decision. You see here Brock Hawkins is at number 13. Looking a bit like an Austin Dillon paint scheme, perhaps.
A little bit of bumper contact is looking blurry a little bit more.
Just got loose in the dirty air. I believe that was McGreevy right behind, and Shane Vickery just about got by it again. This time even closer to getting through, and then just gets tagged around to the left rear by the back end of Hawkins Chevrolet. Here's a look for Vickery's perspective. He was right behind it and watches the 68 kind of dive into the corner there, and then just about has this 13 cleared. Oh.
Rear quarter panel, that just hurts. That just hurts the soul right there.
I wonder if I can get a better look at this from another angle, perhaps. Maybe a little closer. We'll see. This is going to be so close for Shane Vickery. Let's slow it down. The 13 Hawkins spin just about has him cleared, and then just tagged there right in the left rear wheel. And Vickery goes around. A lot of pit stops now happening as most of the field has come down the pit lane, but not all. I wouldn't even say most, actually. It seems to be about half and half right now. A lot of the field coming in, led by Lionel Callisto mostly, and David Hall. Hall readjusted his box. That's one thing that is harder to get right in these NASCAR Cup cars, pitting in general. Or any NASCAR stock car, any stock car in general, they don't have pit limiters. So unless driver aids are turned on to allow for it, these drivers have to manage the pit lane speed on their own and then get down into their box perfectly. And stock cars don't have ABS, so they might lock up and slide through their box.
It makes it quite the challenge to drive. I could say my first time driving any of these stock cars, I definitely messed that up a little.
Again, had some great rounds earlier, well, last night and this morning, at least for us here in the States. Of course, timed to work across the world, but the international and European regions had great races at Watkins Glen and the Charlotte Roval, and then the NASCAR Cup Series was at the Charlotte Roval today for their race. So an oddity where, you know, one of the majors rounds worked out to be right on the same weekend as the real event that it was kind of mocking a little bit. So that was pretty cool for all the Euro guys to have that extra practice at the Roval and be able to go into it with fresh setups and everything. I'm sure that helped them out a bunch. But those are definitely ones to go back and watch. Whether it was the international race over on SimSpeed or the European race over on Global Sim Racing Channel, I highly recommend you go and watch them. Great races, great coverage from each of those broadcast partners. And boy, we're glad to have the Majors America Series here this evening on Pit Stop TV. I will say this is going to be the most caution action that you see between the three regions, as this is the only oval on the slate between the three regions this week. And if we go back to the Major Series calendar, of course, this is the Americas region only. There were some differences across the board, beginning with the third round in March, where I think it was all GT3 across the board, but I think Bathurst and one other track that I can't recall were thrown in there for international and European rounds, or regions rather. The other difference came, I believe, at the 7th round. While we went to Miami, I believe one region went to Motegi and another went, I'm not sure actually, but regardless, you had some variety there. And then while everybody was at New Smyrna for round number 8, you saw some car differences between the mini stock and late model stock and the super late model spread out across the three regions for the World Series of Asphalt. And this is kind of, as far as I'm aware, I think the only other round where things are different region to region, as we saw Watkins Glen in the Charlotte Roval for the other two regions, and now Darlington here this evening for us in the Americas region. So really cool slate, really cool differences across the board between the different regions of the Major Series here in 2025. We'll come back around. We've caught a cloud, as they say, the track getting a little bit dimmer. Track temp going to come down a little bit. The track is going to get a little bit more grippy here on this restart. Nathan Dowd, Robert Nash still in control out front. Dallas Pataska, Christian Challoner have swapped spots. Green flag back in the air with the top 13 all on slightly older tires.
This fight in the front here is going to be based on who could nurse their tires better, it looks like to me.
Spin, maybe. That was a 12 of steel. Hung on to the race car just barely, but you see everybody fanning down across the racetrack to miss him. And Steele settles back down in the 21st position, so a lot of work to do now as Kyle Graham has a problem. Slows down out of turn 4. One lap complete off the restart, though, as Chris Wither and Rick Pancari go racing side by side. Here's Steve Cortez to the inside, and that's a pass for the 406. Pancari back down low, going to bring Lynn Kinchlow. And Kinchlow now just trying to battle for the top 10. Wyatt Roberts on the outside gets that 10th spot back away. And here comes Lionel Callisto. Callisto, the first car on tires. A little loose there in 1.
You could absolutely see the tires coming into play. You can see just that little bit more speed that he has. Just helping him out, make the pass, helping him through the corners, getting a little bit of speed.
Callisto going to bring his teammate Brian Bennett on through. Both a couple of Sector 5 drivers. We haven't looked at the team points yet. We'll try and do that under the next caution, but the team points are starting to get more and more interesting as well as this season goes on, and it certainly helps Sector 5 to have the leader on track right now. Nathan Dowd leading as we break back into sunlight here in Darlington, South Carolina. They've got some work to do as Giga Racing Team has got the team points lead right now. Again, we'll look at it under caution or maybe a longer green flag run. But it is a heated battle right now between Giga Racing Team and Sector 5 Racing at the top end of the Americas team points. And this could be a huge swing for Sector 5 if Dowd could win this race.
Notice the word if there. You see Pasca there. He's looking. About barely a bit back by about 0.5-ish. Coming up from the 7th, just a few restarts to go. That's quite the run, I gotta say.
That camera switch to the flag stand briefly was not by choice. Dowd had a blink out of turn 4, so certainly don't want to see that out of a race leader. But it defaulted to that flag stand camera there for a second because of the blinks. And that's not ideal for the 7 car, but there's another one. This could be a story for our race leader.
See the gap growing there. I think Pass is maybe just a little bit scared of the blink in here, and I don't blame him. Anytime I see the driver blink in front of me, I back up just a bit. You never know what's about to happen.
You don't want to get too close to that at any point in time, as David Hall has a problem out of turn 4. He goes low, loses a lot of spots. He's down to 25th now as Shane Vickery goes by. That's 26th right behind him and Jason Lotridge. So David Hall has been run through the ringer already today. This guy has had a rough day. The iRacers Lounge podcast number 10. I seem to recall him flipping, didn't he, at Road Atlanta, or was involved in something in the... I guess it was the 6 or 24-ish hours of Road Atlanta. I seem to recall him being in some kind of massive crash in turn 6. And, you know, it's far enough back in my memory that I can't recall if it was the Petit Le Mans race or if it was the 24-ish hours of Road Atlanta for the MEC. But David Hall, I believe, was in a massive accident there in turn 6. And man, this last month or so of racing has not been kind to him.
I want to say it would have been the 24-ish hours. I didn't watch it myself. I didn't have the time. Though I don't remember anything like that happening at the Petite race.
I think it was during sunset as well. So I'm pretty sure it was in the 24-ish hours of Road Atlanta. One to watch back, by the way. If you weren't there in the race or able to watch when it happened, definitely it's a long broadcast. Maybe one to put on while you're doing some schoolwork or some housework or something like that. It's a long one, maybe scan through it a little bit, but it was a fantastic day of racing for the Majors Endurance Championship in their non-championship round back at Road Atlanta just a few weeks ago. It was 6 hours but it ran overnight because the time acceleration was sped up, so it got the full 24-hour cycle in. And it was just a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun with it here at Pit Stop TV. I'm very glad we got to cover that one. As there's a battle back here with Lynn Kinchlow and Robert Northway. Northway down around the very inside on the flat there through 3 and 4. And Blue, you and I were talking pre-broadcast about this 46 car being super fast in practice. Had the field cleared by a pretty decent margin. And Northway has been good in these stock car rounds, but has been nowhere to be found here during the race.
You know, I think just sometimes that just happens. Sometimes you're sitting back a bit further and you don't know what happened, but that's just where you are. And it looks like he's doing his best to make the most of it.
Looks like he started 36th. I seem to recall only 34 cars during a qualifying lap, so maybe trouble in qualifying, or maybe, choosing not to qualify potentially for the 46 car. Regardless, it has been a long 68 laps for him so far as he's working on the back end of Bryce Roberts to try and get up into 17th. I gotta say, that's about 26 spots, or 20 spots rather, gained since the start of the race. And that's gonna be another one as Bryce Roberts goes for a slide, hangs on to it, never mind. 21 car around.
Ah, there it goes.
Into traffic, watch out, hello.
Doesn't seem to be anyone collected here this time, and we go under caution.
Another caution here today. It's been a nice run so far, these opening nearly 70 laps. But Bryce Roberts in trouble in the number 21 car. We saw it happen pretty much live. He dove down to the inside of the 634, and that's going to be Kyle Graham. And I think Bryce got terrified by the Terrifier. He just got loose. Back up in traffic. Oh my goodness. Somebody, I think, took a header to the inside wall trying to miss him.
No one that I saw, but I don't see everything.
Dives in underneath that number 634. Spins right around, baby, right around, and then tried to get a decent look. There was one car that went by. I think it had the orange numbers right there. So he did clip one car. I don't know who that was, though. Oh, yeah, there was some extra stuff going on. That was McGreevy that he clipped. There is more to this incident than we thought. So McGreevy here off of turn 4 just gets clipped right there. Takes him down to the inside wall, and look at that! Ryan Steele was already down there.
Begs the question, what happened to Ryan there? It looks like he was down there before the yellow came out.
Let's find out. Ryan Steele, number 12, won that IndyCar race back at Homestead, Miami back in July, and Ryan just got loose out of 4, looped it around. Exact same time you see Bryce Roberts go for a spin. That is incredible timing.
And just about a mimic incident there. Pretty much the same thing that happened earlier there to cause the yellow.
So that could have been a huge problem for Ryan Steele had this caution not come out. This basically saves his race as everybody comes down the pit lane except for one, and that's Brock Hawkins that stays out. Nathan Dowd wins the race off the pit lane by a wide margin. You see them all funnel onto the back straightaway now. It's Dowd, Pataska, Nash, O'Neill, then Challoner, 5th off the pit lane, but 6th on the racetrack. Does Brock Hawkins stay out? No, Brock will pit. That is a wise decision. You never want to be that one driver at Darlington that did not come in for tires.
You know what watching all these drivers come in and out of the pits reminds me of?
What's that?
Those marble races. Have you ever watched any of those?
I have. They became popular when there was nothing else to watch back during the pandemic, and they somehow are still popular. They're fun to watch, though, every once in a while. When they come across my For You page on TikTok, I gotta be honest, I don't swipe away, at least not right away.
Exactly. You gotta watch at least the beginning of it, you know? See if the marble you voted for is gonna at least get a little bit ahead, or if he's just gonna be bad.
So as the field regroups here on lap 72, I want to thank all the partners here at the channel for helping us out with what we do. A few times a week anyways, with Whiplash Slim Cams, ATVO, CC's Business, Cody Williams Design, Lucky Performance, and the North American Racing League. Of course, we will be talking about the Lucky Performance Lucky Break of the Day soon, I'd imagine, if we get one. Haven't really seen anything lucky yet. It's been a lot of unlucky on the racetrack so far, and then of course, later on, sometime around lap 300 maybe, somewhere around there in the 300s, we'll of course put up that Driver of the Day vote, but there's a long ways to go before that. This has been a caution-laden race so far. The tune of 5 cautions. Feels like more, actually. But, still, don't want to have this many. Definitely need to get a green flag run in or 2.
It's gonna be the start of this race that's gonna be a little messy. I think that once we get into the hundreds here, it's gonna clear up a little bit. I think the drivers are gonna find their spots and they're gonna clean up a bit more, and they're just gonna drive just that little teeny bit better that we're hoping to see.
Admittedly, you are asking nearly 40 drivers of wildly different skill sets and backgrounds to get around NASCAR's toughest oval in one of NASCAR's most challenging race cars. So it is definitely a tall ask of these drivers, and to do it for 500 miles is even harder. But here we go. Let's watch from the drone cams for this restart. Back down to the restart zone. There'll be some unique shots here on this green flag, and there we go, racing again. Nathan Dowd, Dallas Pataska, front of the field. Down the back straightaway, the Belling backstretch, crash. That looks to be Wayne Hutcherson in the inside wall. We will continue on green, but we'll have to get a review of that here in a moment.
Rough looking impact. Thankfully, no green. That would have been... He would have heard something from the other drivers if that was
So up front, lap 75 now underway. We've completed the first, oh, not quite 100 miles actually, 1.36 times 74. Yes, actually, we just completed 100 miles. Look at that. That is intuition at its finest.
Dowd pulling out.
Lionel Callisto's the teammate to Nathan Dowd, who runs the fastest lap of the race there. Callisto gets past Wyatt Roberts for the 9th position. Taps the wall there on exit, but that's okay.
Starting to see the issue of Pataska taking the win from Dowd here. You see the drivers behind him taking the slipstream and just threatening him just a little bit, spooking him a bit, making him have to back up and play defense. And that's just going to lose him just a little bit of time that Dowd's going to gain.
Just listening on board there with Robert Nash. Let's pull the telemetry graphic. See, 4th up to 5th gear. Good chance to just ride on board and kind of watch what he's doing, as David Hall's got a problem in the 10 car again. This is down the front stretch. Well, we've got a few things to look back at anyways. We had to look back at Wayne Hutcherson here. Let's see what happened to him briefly. He's back to the restart. Hutcherson racing with Sebastian Jackson there on the inside. Robert Northway behind. Off of turn 2. Hutcherson just gets checked up, and Sebastian Jackson nowhere to go. That's a pretty big hit for Hutcherson, actually. That is not ideal. It's those flush impacts like that where it's wheel versus steel barrier that tend to bend things in the suspension. when you can hit the corners of the car, yes, you'll take on that aero damage, but you'll save the suspension. That's likely some suspension damage there for Hutchison.
I will say, looking a little bit closer, that looks a bit more on the inside car's fault. I don't think Wayne did really anything wrong looking at it.
No, I don't think so. I think he just had to jump out of the gas maybe, and Sebastian Jackson was so close that he had no time to get out of the gas, but I mean, that's on the trailing car for sure every time as, oh dear, Lynn Kinchlow.
Lynn getting the elbows out a little bit too figuratively there, or literally there.
Yeah, let's go back. Was there a moment between these two the lap prior maybe? This is back a lap before that incident. Lynn Kinchlow and David Hall here. David Hall, the car that kind of bites the bullet in all of this. Remember, he had that incident very early in this race. Had to take that fast repair. He was caught up in the crash with Craig Hawkins out of turn 2. And here off the corner, Lynn just turns left, gets into David. That puts Lynn in the wall as well. That's very strange.
I hate to be the one to say it, but I don't think that quite looks right to me. I no clue on what would cause that to happen there besides maybe some insane bump, but I haven't seen it happen like that yet.
That's really odd. And there's a caution. Very, very strange. Craig Hawkins, though, around again. This is maybe terminal for him. He's already used a fast repair, and
I think that's out of the race.
Very likely, yeah.
Wheels don't bend like that, I don't think.
You don't typically want to be steering your left front tire the opposite direction of your right front tire to get through the corner. Yeah, not at all what Craig Hawkins wanted in this race as a whole. I'll mention him in the crash with David Hall a few moments ago when we were talking about the number 10 car, but it does seem that he might have more than just himself involved in this, so maybe a larger story to tell here. Hawkins into turn 1, Wayne Hutchison just behind, just runs smack in the back of Hawkins. He did nothing wrong this time. And then gets smashed into by Gelder. So just a bad day, gone even worse for Craig.
So I'm looking at it now, it looks like they one did put a protest on that, so we can see Wayne getting a penalty here soon.
Yeah, I mean, this is just classic straight up following car in the gas, gets into that number 81. I mean, that is about as straightforward as it could be there. And then, of course, Gelder is minding his own business, trying to race along, and this is what happens for him. Thought he could get by it, ends up being what will potentially be a terminal incident for him as well. A lot of damage, already used a fast fix, and likely done for the day. Pit stops now complete for our leaders. I think, no, it's a split decision. Here's pit stops happening live. Pataska, Nash, both in the pit lane. Waiting on left sides to go on. Challoner as well.
Taska's gonna beat him out there.
I mean, you can verify on the website. I don't remember seeing anything about a tire limit. I don't know why Dowd, O'Neill, and Bryant would have and Bennett would have stayed out here. 14 laps on the tires. I mean, anything double digits, I would say go ahead and come get them. You've got them all day long. This is definitely an odd strategy call by these three. They're likely going to be swallowed up once the race goes back green.
Yeah, and I will say I'm also not seeing anything on the tire limit here. I don't think there is any. Quite the strange decision.
So very odd as we continue under caution here. We won't get the 1 to green signal just yet. So we can go ahead and look at the team standings. Let's see if I can remember which graphic it actually is. I think it's this one. Yes. So team points coming into this weekend. Giga Racing Team, as I mentioned, with that lead. 209 points over over Sector 5 Racing. Dogbear Bark in third. Udox Lola there in the fourth spot. Fusion Silver America's fifth. And it's 1,300 back to Kingsman Racing US. Those gaps start to get pretty significant the deeper you go. Of course, we're talking 3, 4, 5 drivers to a team potentially. Of course, all earning points for their different teams in the standings. So some significant gaps that the further down you go, all the way down through Tenacious Turtles Racing in 24th. And this is actually every team that has entered so far in the Americas region in 2025. We can look back at the driver standings one more time. Nathan Dowd on top with those 4 wins this season. For a while, it looked like Nathan might win everything. And then you got class wins here and there. Of course, there were some class wins at Daytona, but then you had Challoner winning the Speedway 500, Pataska winning the World 600, Banfield won in class at Petite last time out, Ryan Steele won at Homestead, O'Neill won in class last time out. So mixing things up for sure, and spreading those wins around. That's what you want to see. You want to see several drivers get a win at some point, and spread the wealth a little bit.
In my opinion, that's the greatest sign that you have healthy competition in any series.
So here we go, back around to turns 3 and 4, and around to the restart zone to get this race restarted at Darlington Raceway. Plenty of laps to go, some blinking there out of Challoner, but that's okay. We'll form up and go back racing your top 3 on old tires. Dowd into the restart zone. Green flag back in the air in the Majors Southern 500. Pataska, a big move already.
Pataska knows Dowd didn't take no tires, and he wants to take advantage of that as soon as he can. He wants to get up there without wasting his own.
Challoner through on Bennett already as well. A couple of cars grab the outside wall in the back, but Pataska to the inside of Austin O'Neill here. This is for second spot. Could soon be for first.
Side to side coming into turn 1 here. As Pataska gets through on O'Neill.
So Pataska up to second spot. That is a huge move for Dallas to get clear of that 5 car as soon as he did. Now chasing down the number 7, the race leader, Nathan Dowd. And to answer a question out in the YouTube chat from Paul Martin, Race Control does not have access to precise diagrams or anything of these drivers' movements and throttle position and brake and such, but they can move the camera or use different camera angles just like we can. So they have the same tools that we do for the broadcast, pretty much. Different cameras in and around the car to see kind of what they did, but nothing precise, no precise telemetry as far as actual inputs from the driver. And
little tidbit coming from someone who commonly runs Race Control, in which if you want to help out with Race Control, it's always welcome. They can look at the cockpit, that wheel right there. Most important part of an incident.
Just like this.
Exactly. You would be surprised how many times we've caught someone at fault just by looking at the RPM and the wheel.
Yeah, we do it too. You're on the broadcast side. Seeing the RPMs jump when somebody jumps back in the gas, or drop to signify they're out of the gas, different little things. And we watch the digital dashes and tachometers a lot here in replays when we can, and of course wheel position and such. So these cameras are very, very useful to us, and Race Control can do just about the same thing. So you can tell a lot just by looking at all these different angles and dissecting every little bit of what goes on. Now, it's interesting to me that Dowd has hung on this long. In all honesty, I would have thought he'd been passed up by now.
I will say it's only about 10 laps difference in tires, which is a lot, but at the same time, I'm sure there's still plenty of grip on Dowd.
Pataska just made such quick work, though, of Brian Bennett and Austin O'Neill. I thought he would have been up on and by the 7 car at this point, but now, of course, you see him getting right up to the tire tracks of that number 7 that time. We're 1 and 2, down in 3 and 4, runs a higher line down, runs right on the bottom lane as a couple of cars have problems in the back. That was Callisto way down low, along with Brian Bennett, a couple of Sector 5 teammates. Callisto pitted under that caution, Bennett did not. Here's Nash. This is on Bennett, who gets the wall.
Side by side coming into 3. Should be nice and smooth, but you never know here.
Real tight off of turn 4. Nash still trying to win this fight. This is for position number 5, and Nash will get it there in turn 1. Here comes Lionel Callisto on his teammate Brian Bennett. Bennett lifts for him. Here comes Ross Banfield now. See the lunge there from Banfield as they enter the corner. Tries to draw alongside Bennett. Can't fully get alongside that 71 just yet. I will say I've had the pleasure of being at Darlington Racer before for a Southern 500 back in 2021. Fantastic race. Fantastic racetrack. It was so cool. It was the final year of the Gen 6, so it was a little different than these cars now. They did have like a demo of the Ford prototype for the next gen car at the time. Regardless, to just watch the drivers really race the track, over the course of 4 hours or whatever it was, and try to come to grips with all the drivers just racing the racetrack, managing their cars over that long race, you earn such a deep respect for Darlington Raceway and all that it stands for. Just being at and watching one of these races, it's so hard, even to just get a respect for it from TV, let alone from the sim. You go in real life, you see it all happen in front of you, and it just, I don't know, something about it is just so special. I will say, though, as we approach lap 100, Dallas Pataska is getting so close to Nathan Dowd, and Dowd bobbled that last lap. You saw it there briefly. This is going to be a really cool fight. It could be one that decides the next 100 miles or so of this race. Slow car, Kyle Graham. Crash. Cautions out.
Caught.
And McGreevy comes across the racetrack. Graham spinning around. Greg McEnany involved. Back under caution right as we approach lap 100. There's Brian McGreevy. He's got a lot of damage.
Yeah, side of the car there bent in quite heavily. That's no good.
He actually doesn't have as much as I thought, but I will say this Kyle Graham machine definitely has a lot. This is about a lap prior, so it's going to happen off of turn number 2. You see the 35 to the right side of your frame now was also involved. The 634 kind of center-ish of your frame was involved. So it might start with him. Off of turn 2. He gets loose, comes back up. McEnany nowhere to go. It involves another Fusion car, and then you see just everything unfold.
That is quite an ouch to all the cars involved. So all looking slightly high speed here. We're going to see quite a few people in the pits after that.
Yeah, this could be terminal damage for some. You see Graham spun around, the 35 piles in, and some big hits across the board. The 68 ends up trying to miss all this. He actually gets away okay. I said he had a lot of damage. That's why he ended down the racetrack. Lynn Kinchlow's destroyed.
Now, I'm not the most genius on cars, but I don't see Lynn coming back out looking at that.
Depends. I think Lynn still had a fast repair remaining. This is what happens to Lynn here, trying to get down underneath it. Oh my goodness.
Can only hope for that fast repair now. That's just tragic.
Here's a saying from Days of Thunder. Drive through it, Cole. I don't think Lynn's spotter was saying drive through it, Lynn, but that's what Lynn tried to do here. Tried to go down low and miss it, and just read the situation entirely wrong and ended up involved there as the 35 was going down the racetrack, down the apron really, into that inside wall. That 35 car, of course, was Greg McEnany. So a really big incident for some, and this will give the race lead over to Dallas Pataska. Pataska actually takes 2 tires, so too does the number 71 of Brian Bennett. So Bennett on older left sides, but brand new right sides. This is going to be interesting. Everybody else, 4 tires from third on back. That's Austin O'Neill, Nathan Dowd, Robert Nash, Lionel Callisto, all of them. And I don't see Christian Challoner. Challoner's down in 24th. Something happened to the number 1. Or 78 for to go by his paint scheme. Back to the pit stop. You're going to see everybody else pull away. This is the left sides going on. Stock cars start with right sides going on first, then lefts on ovals like this, and everybody else peels away. He's still in the box. Unsure as to why, but you see the overall pit time there, 32.9 seconds. You're looking for 14 to 15 usually, so something held Christian in the box much longer. Hard to say if he maybe had to attend to something in reality there, maybe, but something maybe not right.
Damage we didn't see, possibly some sort of wheel alignment or some sort of optional.
Could be that as well, yeah. Could have been damage. So big problems regardless for Christian Challoner. I would think, if it's optional, unless it's like a minute or something, you might try and just take, a second here, a second there on your pit stops, but clearly something was not right for that number 1 car who is going for the championship this season in the 2025 Major Series Racing. The number 7 who's going to restart third, Nathan Dowd. These are your favorites and have been for months now for the championship, and as these races dwindle down, we'll be talking more and more about the championship picture. 3 races to go, though, including here tonight. The Southern 500 for the Major Series about to get back underway. Restart zone once again. Green flag again at Darlington. Pataska with a magnificent restart. Gets cleared away by more than half a second. The first fight, Robert Nash, the inside of Brian Bennett now. This for 4th.
One good thing about all these restarts, look how close all these cars are. You're going to see quite a few opportunities to make backup places just off of the restarts.
Bennett, though, losing places on this restart, down to 6th. He restarted in the 2nd position. Has now got Wyatt Roberts on his back bumper. Ross Banfield there as well. Chris Willard, Robert Northway complete the top 10 currently, as Kyle Graham has come to a stop on the racetrack. This is down inside of turn 3, and that's going to cause a caution.
See, almost the scariest of all rejoins there. Thankfully, he was able to avoid another car there, but 5 laps into, or not even 5, maybe about 2 or 3 laps into the green, we come to another.
I think that was 2, maybe 3 laps. So something happened here with Ronald McPherson. You'll see the incident here from this camera. McPherson gets the wall, and see the incident there down low. Graham goes for a slide, but no caution came out for it. The caution comes out because Graham comes up and stops right here, and that's considered the racing surface. And of course, Graham wants the caution, right? He wants to stay in the race. He needs the yellow to keep himself alive, but it's unfortunate for everybody else. Of course, there was no caution for the incident initially, and to have a caution for that is going to be frustrating for every driver who wanted that to go green. McPherson decided straight up to toe. And technically, that's a rejoin there for the number 634, and that draws the caution all by his lonesome. And I do wonder, if Lynn Kinchlow hadn't just happened to be there, that may not have drawn the yellow because there wouldn't have been a car within range. So I do wonder how the iRacing detection would work there, but regardless, the caution's out and the hypotheticals are put to bed. The field go by the flag stand there. A couple of cars headed down to pit lane. Don Dolson, one of them. There is the number 04, and he is not alone. Andy Banfield is there. Kyle Graham is there. Craig Hawkins as well in the number 81. Scott Kukas is down there in the number 242. And Ronald McPherson also in the pit lane. Wayne Hutchison is down the pit lane as well here. Very close-up look on that dog bear machine.
See a little bit of damage there on the left side. That's always funny. I like to think that right side damage, I just assume it's that wall. Left side, I assume it's contact with another car. Though, how many cars we've seen hit the inside wall? Who knows at this point?
Definitely a fair bit of carnage in this race. I think just kind of naturally. Again, you think about the car-track combo and the variety of drivers. It's bound to happen to some degree. This is, again, a very, very difficult combo to try and handle, especially over the course of 367 laps. You throw in the fact that these drivers, again, are from all walks of life, all ranges of skill sets. It's natural for there to be some mistakes. I'm curious, though, Blue, as this race goes on, we're nearly 2 hours into the broadcast, technically, since we hit the go live button. What is your go-to to stay awake in a long race, an endurance race, or what have you? What is your go-to to stay energized in these kinds of races and broadcasts?
Well, this being one of my very first broadcasts, I'm just kind of going on hopes and dreams and some water. For the Majors 24, however, I strictly remember a liter of Coke saving me throughout that. It was about 16 hours I was running late on just pure caffeine. There was one point where I actually had to go lay down, however, because I couldn't drive because my vision was being funny. But that isn't the point as we're coming up onto the restart.
Yes, back to the restart zone. Dallas Pataska going to lead us back to the green flag here. Pataska now out front. Could be a big restart once again for that 24, and it is. The battle is on for second.
Just like you were mentioning earlier, Pataska, you can see him lapping the field again here. It's possible. Looking at that gap, who knows?
If he can just stay out front for a while and not have a caution, I have to wonder just how much of a gap he can build up. There you see from the blimp perspective the whole top five racing down the front straightaway here at Darlington Raceway. NASCAR's very first super speedway as it was considered when it was built way back when, decades ago. Pataska, O'Neill, Dowd, Nash, Callisto off of turn number 2 leading the race. Wyatt Roberts, Brian Bennett, Ross Banfield, Chris Willard, Seba Cornez, your top 10. Robert Northway, though, has climbed up to the 11th position, and it is worth checking in with this number 46 car from New Zealand. Started 36th, is up 25 spots, and we've got 200 laps at least before we consider driver of the day, but he has got to be in the running.
I gotta agree, and not just driver of the day. I think maybe a little bit of luck came into play, but I think we gotta let the race unfold a bit more before we decide that.
Battle here for 9th, Willard and Cornez. They were side by side for just a moment. And that was Northway all out of shape there off of turn number 4. One in the wall hard to the inside. Jason Lottridge, the 0-3. And that is a ton of damage for that Ford Mustang. He's going to bring it down slowly, I hope, and park it in tow. He's going to try and drive it back. This could be a little bit dangerous.
As long as he doesn't get up into the racing surface, I think we'll be okay for some more green. But looking at the car, it's a little iffy.
More than a little iffy. Look at this shot right here. The left front not spinning at all. It is just locked up there. With all that damage in the left front of that race car, he's going to try and bring it down to the pit lane here under power. This is going to be tricky. You'll see the field come by in the background through 3 and 4 in just a moment. This is going to be tricky for him, but he does get down to pit lane speed, and there's the field going by now in turns 3 and 4. So Lottridge has already used a fast repair. This is going to be it for him today, at least for some time. He might get back out there for some points later on, but at least for a while, that's going to be all for the 0-3. Pataska still over O'Neill. And this race has now seen a handful of leaders all try their hand out front. I say a handful, really 3 distinct leaders. Nash, then Dowd, and now Pataska. And if we bring up on the tick on the left side of your screen, you can see that we'll change over to laps led. You can see how that breaks down. 34 opening laps for Nash, led out front of this race. 64 then for Dowd. And now the last 16 have been led by Dallas Pataska. So the lion's share going to the number 7 car. Despite this feeling like it was Robert Nash's race at one point.
You know, I like to think that cautions just have a way of doing that. You think it's your race, you think you have it, you're in the lead, you got that gap, and then you see that yellow flag come out and you think, oh man. Because now you got the people, not just in second place, but even all the way back to, I'd say, 6th, are going to be roaring for that place right there that you have in P1.
Cautions out again. Brody Hawkins turned around out of turn number 4. And he will get back going now as the leaders come by to put him a 6th lap down. Can confirm that is a paint scheme based on one run by Austin Dillon. We'll see what happens here to Brody Hawkins in the number 13. We've seen a little bit of his race so far with a couple of incidents earlier on. This incident will happen down in 3 and 4. So this upcoming end of the racetrack. Just lost it.
And we have seen that so many times so far in these 117 laps of this race.
That has definitely been the theme. Just getting loose in turns 3 and 4 has been the overall caution theme. You'll see it here again for Brock Hawkins. Just got loose. The 36 tries to get by. That's Bill Daly just clipping the number 13 and had nowhere to go. Hawkins goes for a spin there. And this is going to now bring everybody back down the pit lane. Look at the conga line headed down for tires and fuel. It's been about 17 laps for the leaders. It's time.
They're definitely excited to get on these new tires. I got a feeling. And just like I said earlier, the marble race, man. The marble race.
I will say your top 5 from qualifying and the start of the race have been your top 5 just about all race long. A couple of exceptions with Christian Challenger getting up there for a while as Pataska will win the race off pit lane. There they all go exiting the pits. 4 tires and fuel across the board once again. And back to the conversation, by the way, about the beverage of choice for energy during these longer races and broadcasts. I have a go-to. It is produced by PepsiCo. I've said it before on different broadcasts and podcasts and such. I'm a believer in the red or fruit punch Rockstar Punch. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe, perhaps, the 240 milligrams of caffeine. It's my go-to. I have a bit of a high caffeine tolerance, and boy, this is the highest I can find without completely melting my brain. And boy, does it help.
Now I gotta ask, how many of those do you drink a day?
You sound like my doctor. More than I should. More than I should. I try to keep it to 2. But you know, if there's a long drive to or from a racetrack for some of my my real broadcasts I do out in the Southeast United States, you know, it might be 3. But definitely try, you know, if I'm at home with a broadcast, I try really to limit it to 1. But you just sometimes you need it.
Taste so good. They just taste so good.
They do. I will say.
Flavor.
I will say, like, there are energy drinks out there that I can't stand the taste of for some reason. Usually, on top of that, I don't like fruit punch flavored things, but this is just a whole different story. But anyways, as we get to lap 120, we're already talking about energy drinks and everything else here in this one. This has been a long race already, and a lot of broadcasts would be ending here soon, within the next, I'd say, 45 minutes, but this one, we're not even halfway. To get to halfway, we've got to hit lap 183 or 184. We've got 64 laps until that point, Blue. This is going to be a long haul for us.
I gotta ask, do you think we're getting another caution before halfway?
I would wager so. Not because I don't believe in the field, because we had a great opening run, and we've had a couple of decent runs since then, but if you just look sheerly at the trend and how it's gone to this point, 9 cautions in the opening 120, I would say that by math, we are likely due for at least one more before halfway, but I would love to be surprised. ThatRacing.com.
I know.
Yeah, we are going to find out. The iRacing.com safety car heads back down to the relative safety of pit lane. It'll be Dallas Pataska and Robert Nash on the front row for this restart. Green flag early there for Pataska. We race down to turns 1 and 2.
Not quite as big of a gap as he's going to want. It's quite a bit closer for Nash there. I can see some fighting in these opening 2 laps.
Love this shot off of turn 2. Shows the banking, shows the jump out of the banking, onto the back straightaway, and there's Northway at the back end of the field. A couple of Sector 5 cars in the back bumper of Austin O'Neill. Here we go. 1 lap complete off the restart. Let's drop back a little bit. Sebastian Jackson is in the back bumper of the number 80 of Timothy Klaus. Here's a good fight into turn number 1. Klaus in the wall. One more in the wall. That was Don Dolson.
A little bit of contact there between those 2 cars. Thankfully, nothing coming of it, however.
Seba Cornez has fallen back here. A long pit stop, perhaps. Seba will pass the 44 of Lynn Kinchlow, who's back on the racetrack. Had a fast repair to spare. And Robert Nash goes fastest, so we got to go back up to the front of the field here. There they are, Dallas Pataska and Robert Nash. As there's a slow car down low, that's Bryce Roberts. Was once up front, or at least towards the front. Now slow and a lap down. And this was that car, if you saw what we were talking about, stuff under the caution there, this was that car that was on the inside lane trying to figure out what was going on. Ended up getting waved by the leaders and then loops it here at a turn 2. A great drift. Nearly a lucky performance, lucky break of the day if he had saved it. But ended up just about, loops it around eventually there on the inside of the racetrack. Just could not hang on under pressure, and the 21 goes for a spin. Back up to the front, though. Nathan Dowd is in the back bumper of Austin O'Neill here to turn 1. Robert Nash has backed off slightly from the leader of Dallas Pataska. Still a great little fight here in the top 5.
Holding within that second, which I say is the most important gap in all of racing, is the 1 second gap. If you can hold within that, any driver is within.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about sim racing, and really iRacing in particular. It really does seem, I don't know if it's coded into the sim or what, but it does seem like no matter what the car is, what the track is, about a second gap is the range of the draft. And it varies a little bit. I've seen 1.2 seconds, 0.8, depending on the track, but it's usually around a second. If you can stay within that, you can stay in the draft, in the slipstream, in its most useful aspect, and still be able to pull up on somebody if you play your cards right. So if he can just stay within that second, I'd say he'll be doing okay. And we saw that. Go back to the international race last night. Ewan Baker trying to chase down this man, Dallas Pataska, who's leading this race. Baker just had to stay within about a second of Pataska at Watkins Glen, and he was in contention. This battle for third is starting to get good, though.
That could be another reason why Nash is dropping back, however, this battle with Austin here.
It is early still, and if you have a chance to save some tires, sit back in case we get a long run, it's not a bad idea. So if you're Robert Nash, you can't bank on a green flag run here, but if you have guys fighting behind you, it'll grant you the opportunity to save just in case. And we're not really thinking about fuel just yet, as far as us, the two broadcasters of this race, but they could be. They could be looking at this and saying, well, we're close to eliminating a pit stop. If I lay back right now, if this somehow does go green, I can try and save a pit stop. I don't know how in-depth Robert Nash is going with that right now, but it's a possibility. It's something these guys will think about over the course of the race, and certainly a lot more as we get down to the end.
Side by side coming out of turn one here between the 78 and the 12.
That's Challoner passing Ryan Steele. They each have a win on the season, both of them winning in the open wheel IndyCar earlier on this year, as there's a massive incident for Seba Cornez, and this will be it for car 406.
That right there is the look of broken dreams and an ended race.
Racing with Sebastian Jackson back here. Sebastian now 18th spot on the racetrack, so that tells you around where Seba was at the time of this incident. This is a replay. Seba down low, Sebastian up top. Sebastian gets a little loose, Seba gets loose as well, and boom, big header to the inside wall. So a really big hit there for the 406 car, likely taking that car out of the race entirely. Meanwhile, Dallas Pataska now has an 0.8 of a second gap, but here we go, lap traffic. That's Craig Hawkins, that's Bryce Roberts. This is going to be treacherous to try and navigate. We haven't seen lap traffic really in the last 100 laps, I'd say, maybe 80.
I will say, Pataska got him at a good time on the straight, had to dive a little bit into the corner, but it was mostly open. Nash, however, caught him in the corner. That's going to slow him down just a tad bit more.
Down catches Hawkins there right into turn one. Gets by okay. Here comes Callisto. And Hawkins holds him up a little bit. Just inadvertently. Hawkins trying to make the corner. As your top five have separated from everybody else in the top 10. Pataska now will have to contend with Bryce Roberts in that 21, and that's a good car, I'd say. The 21 was good earlier in the day, just got caught up in a couple of incidents and is now a lap down with some damage. As here's Christian Schauder trying to rip back through the field, now racing with Brian Bennett down to turn one.
I will say that looked like an absolutely mega move.
Ross Banfield looking to the inside of Bennett now. This is for the 8th position. Bennett currently has it. Banfield wants it. This is Chevrolet on Ford. The Chevrolet ahead is Bennett. The Ford that we're on board with is Banfield and Roberts. Roberts has now got a challenge in the form of Christian Challoner. This is for the 6th position. Your top 5 have broken apart just a little bit. So the action now getting going for 6th on back. I just realized what's on the side of that number 562. That's
Oh.
Quaker Steak and Lube. And I think most people know Quaker State, the oil company. Quaker Steak is a very regional thing, and I gotta wonder if one of the remaining locations is actually around here. I gotta look this up really quick. There is one, it looks like, in Greenville, South Carolina, probably a couple of hours away. They've definitely kind of fallen off. There's one in Columbia, which is about an hour and a half, maybe. And one in Greenville, which is probably about 2.5 hours away from Darlington Raceway. So I wonder if Wyatt Roberts is maybe from the area, or maybe still lives in the area, who knows. Maybe just familiar with it. But this is a really cool niche paint scheme, actually, for Wyatt to have. That is really cool. He does get passed up there by Challoner, but that is a very cool, very niche paint scheme. It's one of those restaurant chains that was more popular back in the 80s, 90s, that era, and has kind of fallen off, unfortunately. But it's still around in some capacity. Again, nearby locations in Columbia and Greenville, South Carolina, and across. If you go to the website, you can find all different locations. It's thelube.com. Florida, Indiana, Iowa, Ohio, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia. But I digress. That's just kind of a cool thing that I just randomly noticed there on the number 562. Meanwhile, while I've been going on about that, there's a battle picking up for second. Here we go. Austin O'Neill trying to chase down Robert Nash.
I think this battle between Austin and Nash is distracting Nash here. You see that gap at over a second now. That's not as good for Nash now.
Yeah, Nash has just lost touch, I'd say, with Dallas Pataska. And again, I go back to what I said earlier. If Pataska can just get into clean air and have some time, I think he can drive away from this field. I think he's just got the better car. And we're seeing that now.
Well, I gotta ask, better car or just the better driver?
Possibly both. I mean, again, Dallas Pataska, kind of the lead guy over at the eNASCAR side of the Majors Garage. He works very hard in these setups. This is what he does, oval racing in general. He's missed a lot of the road rounds, but he's always here on these ovals. Like this is his MO. And we see him a lot in the SARA Super Series and the SARA National Tour. SARA being the Sim Auto Racing Association that we cover on Thursday nights here at Pit Stop TV. They're headed to Mexico City this Thursday. I mean, we could see him back in a super late model later this week. I really hope he's listening at some point and does decide to race, because we didn't see him at North Wilkesboro for the season opener last week. But we see him a lot in those late model races. He then backed that up by winning the World Series of Asphalt here in the Major Series in the super late model portion, which was just oh so fitting to see him go to victory lane in that race over another SARA driver, that being Kyle Terzak in his Major Series debut. But this is what we've come to expect from Dallas. Again, if it's an oval in the Major Series, we know he's going to be in the mix. Maybe not winning. We have the IndyCar oval races like the Speedway 500 and the Grand Prix of Miami this year, but we know, especially with a stock car oval race, we know he's going to be somewhere to be found in the mix at some point in that race. He won the World 600 earlier this year back in May. Could he win another prestigious stock car oval race here in the Major Series in 2025 in the Southern 500? This would be a huge one to cross off his list for the year. Caution is out. It won't happen that fast, as Chris Willard might be, well, it doesn't seem to be him. Scott Kukas was the only car I saw under 100 miles per hour. I'm actually not sure what this caution has come out for.
could very well be just the one car being a little slow, but I have no clue. I'm gonna keep a lookout here for it, though.
Man, no, you're just working off the production feed right now, so that this is even more perplexing to you. We do have this camera to maybe see if there was a car slow somewhere on the other side of the racetrack. The caution...
I found it. It looked like it was potentially a self-spin with the 32.
Aha. So I did see Willard at one point slower. I wonder if he just kind of slid through the corner and didn't come all the way around. He was racing with Ross Banfield here into turn 1. This is a look at it. Banfield gets the wall. Willard slides. Oh, that could have been left green. iRacing, come on now.
You know what it is, and I think Nash there in second is going to be very happy seeing the caution come out and getting to get a bit closer to Dallas.
Many drivers certainly will be happy to see this caution. Many drivers won't be. Of course, they might have wanted the longer run, but many drivers will be ecstatic to see this. And they'll be racing out the pit lane here in just a moment. There you see some drivers leaving the pit lane. Pataska out first over Nash O'Neill. And it's Callisto maybe over Dowd. Hard to say. Yes, Callisto over Dowd over Challoner. And then Roberts. And potentially speeding in the pit lane for Robert Nash. He's slowing. This looks like a penalty for the 96 car. Front to back. This is really, really big for Robert Nash. This is where I wish we could dial up some kind of communications and talk to them. Or at least listen in. The frustration has got to be there for Robert Nash. We can't go back and see the speed. Would have had to be on exit there. I mean, if he had gotten the penalty on entry, he would have just been held in the box. And this is a really small area to have potentially sped. For the 45 mile per hour speed limit, it's certainly possible. Regardless, he is headed to the rear of the field here, Blue. I mean, he is down now to 21st. Here comes Willard to make it 22nd, maybe. Although Willard may have an EOL of his own from the caution. Well, I'm glad I would have bet on the caution coming out before halfway. I think that was a safe bet to take anyway, Blue, but we see the result of it.
Yeah, honestly, with the about 40, 50 laps that it was left to go, yeah, it was an absolute safe bet.
Well, the field has re-racked and restacked, as they say. Again, halfway will be lap 184, at least the completion thereof. So we are closing in, but still plenty of racing to go. And this is why I made sure to talk all about this being NASCAR's longest race by time earlier. By mileage, it's 100 miles shorter than the Coke 600. But by time, this race is second to none. It's typically the longest race of each NASCAR season. And it seems it may be that here for the Major Series in 2025. Here we go, back to the restart zone. Pataska and O'Neill, your front row. Green flag back in the air. Robert Nash with tons of work to do.
Pataska getting a good jump there. Neil chasing him down. He's still closing it a bit. But it's still close. It's not as good as the jump as we saw earlier.
A great comment in the YouTube chat, and I think this is valid to bring up right now. While Christian has not been a huge factor in this race just yet, he's been there just about all race long, in the top 10 or so, close to or in the top 5. And Christian used to be an eNASCAR pro driver. Like, Christian Challenger has been there, done that in the world of oval sim racing. He won the Speedway 500 earlier this year here in the Major Series in the Americas region. Christian knows how to get it done. And look at that, back up to 5th place, getting past Wyatt Roberts. He's certainly capable of getting it done. Question is, does he have the right car underneath him? This is a very setup-dependent race. As you see, Potaski goes fastest. This is a very setup-dependent race, so I don't doubt the driver in this case. The only thing I wonder about, does he have the right setup underneath him to do it?
And that's something about a lot of races like this that always, honestly, pushes me a little bit, is the setup. It's so dependent on the setup, as you were just saying, and I think that gives a lot of boost to people who use the Majors Garage, because of, well, look who's in the lead. One of the people who mainly do Majors Garage, which functions and helps with setups.
And we've got confirmation now on Wyatt Roberts. He is from Northeast Ohio, which is one of the areas that Quaker Steak Lube is still, Quaker Steak and Lube is still prominent in. They still have multiple Ohio locations, and his favorite wing sauce is Buckeye Barbecue, and that has Ohio written all over it. So that's pretty cool. Of course, again, these drivers come from all walks of life, all across the country and the world in many cases, and we've got a caution again for Matt Gelder.
Just getting off the racing service there. And since we're talking about a steak, I might as well ask, how do you guys do your steak?
Oh, I'd love to know how the viewers take their steak. Medium rare here, I think that's about the most acceptable answer, personally. It's just right. It's the Goldilocks temp, if you will. It's just enough. Just cooked enough, just rare enough. Medium rare is where it's at. But this is into turn 1. David Hall on the inside. Gelder on the outside. I can't even point out anything Hall did wrong. They just made contact.
Just came up that little teeny bit too much, and dink, and around the 42 goes.
And this, again, an example of why this race can go this way. I mean, these guys, I said earlier, you don't want to be side by side and 1 and 2 of you and help it, and this is why. Racing room runs out, but this is just such a hard combo. You see how narrow the racing line is, and you know, there's no wall on the inside, so it looks a lot more open. It looks like you can use that entire bottom area of the racetrack, but you can't. It's at a different banking level. You go down there, you're going to spin out anyway, or go straight up the racetrack. You've got to be up top in that racing line, which is, 3.5 car widths. That's all you've got to work with. You're occupying 2 of them with your 2 cars. You've only got a car width and a half to use, if that. It's such a fine line here at Darlington, and so hard to do it just right. A lot of cars do come in and pit here under this yellow. David Hall, one of the first of them, actually. He'll join the charge down to the pit lane along with Christian Challenger and Lionel Callisto and Wyatt Roberts, and this will be an interesting advantage for these drivers to have. It's single-digit laps that have been turned, but maybe 20 or 30 laps in, if we go green, maybe it could help them out. I don't know.
And that's another thing people don't think about when they think about driving race cars, real or simulation. They don't think about the pit strategy like you really need to. Just that one decision right there could change the entire outcome of this race.
More cars exiting the pit lane as the field comes down to turns 1 and 2, and I believe will be doubling up shortly. Pace car lights are still on. Well, we can take a look back at this graphic that we were trying to look at earlier. You see, it's a lot of oval racing in our future. We had a lot of road racing here in September. I guess last month in September. Now we're in October, and we get a lot of oval racing. We are going oval racing at Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. That's going to be a lot of fun. A very special event for the Sim Auto Racing Association Pierce Fleet Service Super Series. Or the Sarah Super Series, to keep it a little bit shorter on the tongue there. But regardless, Mexico City on the oval on Thursday, October the 9th. And then Tuesday, October 14th, we are going racing at Daytona International Speedway to kick the season off with the BRV Sundance Pizza Pro Series. That's going to be a fun one. That series moving from the NASCAR Cup car that we're seeing here this evening over to the ARCA Menard Series car that you see in the picture. So a big jump from them for them from what we see on the track tonight at the forefront of the NASCAR Cup Series to what is kind of NASCAR's fourth tier in the ARCA series. And then Thursday, October 16th, it's the first of 6 mystery rounds. Yes, 6 mystery rounds for the Sarah Super Series. They had 2 scheduled rounds to start the season off. North Wilkesboro last week, Mexico this coming week, and then 2 back-to-back mystery rounds for that series. And this will be the first of those 6 over the course of their 12-race season. What that is, in case you're curious, is a round where the track is not known by any driver until the session goes live for practice. And it's only a 15-minute practice. So you have 15 minutes to get in and hope you practice for the right track, hope you've got the right setup, and then go racing. Qualify and go racing. So that is a very special thing that series does, and should be a lot of fun to watch unfold beginning October 16th. For now, we take a look here at the restart zone once again. Coming up on lap 160, nearly down to 200 to go. Pataska, O'Neill, the front row, green flag back in the air, racing once again down in Darlington, South Carolina. Great side-by-side fight between Bennett and Steele. Off the corner, they hang on to it. And for second, O'Neill and down.
Down getting through. That was quite the run through the corners there.
And the split decision on the pit stop has promoted a few drivers up. Here's Steele gonna go for a spin, maybe. Hangs on to it with the help and the bump of Bennett, who got him loose in the first place. There goes Robert Nash on the inside, way down low, gets back onto the racing line. 7th now for Nash.
Nash is just making back up these places, as we were hoping. Hopefully we'll see back up in the top
68 around. McGreevy sliding across the start and finish line. All of the action on that restart came to a very quick ending. Sebastian Jackson seems to have been part of this one as well with McGreevy. McGreevy just gets hit there. Jackson just got into him. There might be a little more nuance to check out with that, but that's what it looked like from there. And look who was in frame. Christian Challoner, nearly a part of this.
Quite lucky there for Christian not getting involved. That would have set him back quite a few places.
Could that be our first contender?
I'm thinking so. Let's take a look at it here.
Potentially for the lucky performance, lucky break of the day. I mean, that is lucky written all over it.
I think that is, I think that's the first contender for lucky break of the day.
The first real contender that we've seen all race long. Christian Challoner keeps it moving. As pit lane is pretty light right now. Not many cars coming down. I think these guys are starting to realize these cautions are going to keep coming. try and hold on to some track position. I mean, it's kind of like the boy who cried wolf, right? Eventually, you're going to get tired of pitting under every caution. You're going to try to start staying out for track position as the race goes on. It's getting more and more risky to sacrifice that track position now later in the race. So you're going to try to stay out and hang on to it, but then what if we go green here and you're on the wrong side of it? What if we go green for 90 laps?
I was just thinking about that. If you go green for 90 laps, I think we'll be seeing quite a few changes here in the order.
Cars down the pit lane include Derek Cook, Ryan McGreevy, Timothy Klaus in the 80, Wayne Hutchison in the 17, David Hall in the 10. And Derek Cook, that's a car we have not seen at all today. We've seen him in the background of a couple of replays maybe, but he has been out of frame, out of mind really for us, and he started back in 24th. Definitely has some work to do, but is still on the lead lap, and frankly, that's all you have to be doing at this stage of the race, is continuing on the lead lap, and you've got a chance, at least in the top 10. I wouldn't say everybody on the lead lap has a chance at the win right now, but I would say everybody on the lead lap has a chance at the top 10.
Honestly, the way I see it, it takes only one little movement of the wheel to cause a pileup to bring someone who's even out of the top 10 to potentially be fighting for the lead.
That's fair too. I told you we'd keep up with the weather graphic today. We'll do exactly that. Look at the track temp. The humidity has shot up, the winds have moved a little bit and sped up a little bit, but the ambient temp hasn't really changed. It's down a degree or two, but that track temp right now with the clouds overhead, it's really come down. 94 degrees. It was 107 at the drop of the green earlier.
I'm sure the tires are very thankful for that drop there in temp, and maybe even the drivers. It would get a little hot, wouldn't you think, with a 107-degree track.
I will say, as I keep bringing it up, as somebody who's been here for the Southern 500, which is usually held on Labor Day weekend, so beginning of September, middle of summer still, if you were a fan here, you would appreciate the clouds as well. You would very much appreciate that brief break from the sun to cool down and try not to sweat your body weight out. As we will go green the next time around. There you go. The caution lights have been extinguished. That, of course, signifying to drivers that it's the time to double back up, get back into restart formation, and expect the green flag this next time by. By the way, you posed the question about how we all take our steak. We've got some answers.
Yes, I did.
We've got some answers from Mr. Fish out there. He said, well done steak, and I can't support that. 10 years ago I might have. 15 years ago maybe, when I was younger, but I didn't appreciate steak then. Well done steak from Mr. Fish, but hey, to each their own. Medium rare.
But at the same time.
Yeah. Medium rare from Paul Martin and from Pep Napoli both. And then a difference in sauce. HP sauce, I don't know what that is for Paul Martin. And then pepper cream sauce from Pep Napoli. And I'm not sure what that is exactly either. I've never had it at least. I can imagine kind of what it is, I've just never had it. As we're about to go back green, lap 166 on the way. Just over 200 to go. Green flag back in the air. Big restart out of Pataska, Dowd, and O'Neill.
See that gap build between third and fourth just a little bit, but you especially see that between fifth and sixth back there coming out of turn two.
Cars fanning out down the back straightaway. A couple of cars slow. Kyle Graham losing some spots. Seems to be okay, though, as he falls back to Chris Willard, and one lap goes complete off the restart. Still, cars fanning out, moving around down the front straightaway here. Shane Vickery following it a little bit. Jason Wallet went to the inside of Greg McEnany. Haven't said much about Wallet today. He's up to 16th spot. Here's Vickery to the inside of McEnany. Meanwhile, look at this. Brett Pancari to the top 5. He passes up Brian Bennett, and he'll bring Robert Nash along with him. And Nathan Dowd goes fastest on the racetrack, trying to chase down Dallas Pataska.
Side by side here, low, real close to a little touch there between 5th and 6th.
And Pancari ultimately jumps out of the gas and lets Robert Nash go by. I mean, the guy sat on pole position to start this race. Yeah, I can understand letting him go there, giving him the spot for the time being and kind of making sure you live to see the next corner rather than fight side by side like that. But that does open the door now to Brian Bennett on the inside. And Bennett is a little more rough and tumble, I feel like. We've seen him be aggressive in certain moments. When he feels like he's got a car underneath him, that's when you see Brian Bennett get up and after it, and I appreciate that about him. He's very respectful on the racetrack, but when he knows he's got pace, he wants to go get those spots.
You know, I feel like that's led to some of the greatest drivers we've ever seen. I mean, they know they have the car, they know they can get aggressive with it because they know what they can do. It also does lead to mistakes, however, as we see Kingsman down a little low there.
That was Joshua Mertz exiting the top 10. That allows Ryan Steele and Christian Challenger to go by. As Callisto and Bennett are nose to tail. Callisto to the inside of his teammate here in 3 and 4. You see him just dip down onto the apron there. That used to be a signature of Kevin Harvick here at Darlington for a handful of years. I believe Denny Hamlin was the other driver who did it as Mertz is around into the outside wall. Spinning, being avoided now, but there was a pretty significant impact to start this one off.
He collected one other car somewhere in it. I believe they've been able to move on now. Hopefully.
The number 23, who we just saw down the front straightaway a lap prior, has a larger problem here. Question is, who gets involved? It looks to be Wyatt Roberts and maybe Chris Willard, but they've each continued. Roberts dove there in 3. Isn't fully clear. He gets away, and it was Willard. Let's jump on board with Joshua Mertz from Kingsman Racing. This car is going to come around on him as soon as he gets on the gas. It starts coming around, and he just overcorrects. And why does that happen, Blue? Well, this car is built with a completely new theory of how to build a stock car. It's unlike anything that we saw in 60, 70 years of stock car racing prior to it. It's built symmetrically. So I say it's unlike anything we saw. It's technically, in that regard, a little more akin, at least in how it started, a little more akin to what you saw back in the 40s, the 50s, where they would take a road car that was built symmetrically and modify it for racing. By the way, I think we're seeing Pataska stay out and everybody else pit. This is huge. Pataska on 27 lap old tires now. Everybody else pits. But this car is built symmetrically, of course, from the ground up, though. It's not a road car that's built, modified to go racing. It's built up to be closer to a GT3 car, in that it's built symmetrically so it can turn left and right a little more easily. And it's still a tube frame chassis and all that. It's built a lot more compact in some areas. It has less crumple zone. And it's a lot more rigid. It ditches the solid axle of years past in stock car racing. It goes for independent rear suspension instead. Along with that, there was the move from 15-inch 5-lug wheels to 18-inch single-lug wheels. Along with that was the move from an H-pattern 4-speed transmission to a sequential 5-speed transmission that you see in V8 supercars, which is part of why Shane Van Gisbergen has been so good in this car, on road courses especially. It's a gearbox he's used to, a gearbox style he's used to. So this car is just unlike anything that we've seen in the past. It's also on a, I'll get to my point, I promise. It's on a rack and pinion steering system, which is a lot more touchy than a steering box that we saw on previous cars. So when you get sideways like that, all of this leads into the car being super, super twitchy when it gets in yaw or gets sideways. So as, honestly, I forget now who it was. I've been on my tangent for so long. As that driver got sideways, he tried to correct back to the right. The car just immediately grips up, twitches back, and crashes into the outside wall. So all of that to say, it's twitchy, it's hard to drive, it's different from traditional stock cars, it doesn't like being sideways. Does that all make sense? I hope so. Because we're about to go back green, lap 176 of 367, inside of 200 to go, green flag back in the air, and Blue, I'll just ask you, did that make a little bit of sense at least?
Oh, it made perfectly fine sense, at least to me. I hope that anyone who's in the chat, watching, understood. But to me, it made sense. I get that. And honestly, I think the reason that they're doing the like GT3s, as some people touched the wall there, is because they're doing more GT3 style racing. I've seen more and more road courses come on to the NASCAR calendar throughout just the little bit of time that I'm looking at it. And I think that's just what inspired the change.
Absolutely. Trying to get back to being a little more like what you see on the road day to day, and even across the world in terms of a racing sense. And definitely I understand where NASCAR has been at with it. I'm split. I love the old cars that we saw, the Gen 6, but I have a certain appreciation for this next-gen machine, the Gen 7. But let's get back to it here, because Dallas Pataska is now on 30-lap-old tires, leading the race right now. And Nathan Dowd has brand new sticker tires right behind him. If ever we've seen a tire disparity, it would be this right here. And Pataska certainly has less tire life, has a lot less fuel. I mentioned earlier, I suspect drivers would probably pit after running 50, 60 laps on tires before they run out of gas. Pataska's been out there now for 31, which is most of that kind of stint. So do we see Pataska have to pit soon for tires before any of these other guys, maybe even before we get another caution?
Just like we were talking about earlier with the boy who cried wolf, but instead the car that cried yellow. This is a tricky one, honestly. I think he's expecting to see another yellow. I think he's expecting to take it then. Though I will say the tire difference doesn't seem to be hurting him at all, if that makes sense. Unless Dowd's purposefully holding back, he's still got quite the healthy gap.
And I can confirm, based on the timing of all their pit stops, these guys out front all took 4 tires of fuel. As there's a battle here. This is going to be Christian Chowder to the inside of Wyatt Roberts down here in 3 and 4. Roberts, really nothing he can do. And that's Christian Chowder trying to go by, and Brian Bennett now to the inside as well. But I'm definitely shocked so far that Pataska is still as far out front as he is. It's not entirely shocking to me that he would still be in the lead in some aspects, but by 0.6, that does surprise me. His lap times just are not falling off yet. Let's show you a comparison between these two. Bottom of your screen here. Oh, that's the wrong. Hang on. Let me fix this the right way.
Honestly, I think this goes back to the conversation you were having earlier about setups with these cars in this track. I think this is just a difference in setup here that's kind of saving Pataska.
Yeah, this is definitely the setup doing its job. He definitely has saved some tire very clearly. He's okay with this, I think. That what's going to bite him is going to be fuel. And if these tires do have a plateau mark, maybe around 40, 50 laps, where they do start to drop off, despite all the saving. I mean, last lap for Pataska, you know, a mid 29.6 for Dowd, a 29.7. He's going faster still somehow. I don't know how he's doing this, but you see the battle sparking up behind, so there you see Pataska still faster than Dowd as this battle gets going properly. Nathan Dowd is driven away from these guys. Ross Banfield, Austin O'Neill, Robert Nash, Lionel Callisto. A 4-car fight, and it's really good.
4-car fight looking real good as we also inch past halfway in the race.
Yes, this lap will mark halfway once we complete it. And there we go, across the stripe, Pataska completes the first half of this race out front. Great battle for third going on as O'Neill gets position on Banfield. That's going to bring Robert Nash on the inside. Pass made by Nash. Here comes Callisto to try and move on by. This would be now for fifth position. Banfield trying to defend. Callisto down low is going to back out.
Safe move there to back out. That looked really close. I don't think I would have stuck my nose in there much more either.
So down the front straightaway. Now properly just past halfway in this race. 2.5 hours in. As at least as far as our broadcast, probably 2 hours and 15 minutes or so, or maybe 2 hours and 10 as far as the race goes. If we look at the race info to this point, 13 cautions, 49 laps, certainly more than anybody has wanted to see. But now this puts the onus on the drivers, right? You've got 33 left running. I don't want to say it's as simple as figure it out, because it's more complicated than that, but you've now had half the race to get settled in. You've now got half the race to go and get whatever spot you can get, but do it safely, obviously. Keep your car on the racetrack, point in the right direction. There's a lot to it, but we are down to pretty much just putting it all on the drivers at this point. As you might notice, Austin O'Neill and Robert Nash have driven away from the battle that was with them. As Dowd starts to run down Pataska, this is the battle for third with Nash on O'Neill's back bumper.
I was reading up the about 3-second gap between Dowd and Neil there. That's something for sure to see with these front two.
You see some lap cars on the inside. That 23 is Joshua Mertz. I'm not sure who the other car was, as Craig Hawkins has just taken to the pit lane about 30 seconds ago, and it looks like he might be done. But our top two starting to get after it. Lap traffic for Pataska, maybe holding him up. Oldest tires he's been on all race, potentially. He's got some scuffs down the right side. Has he been in the wall? I think so.
Something he's going to start to realize with these tires as they get a little bit older. He's going to realize, hey, I'm not coming down away from the wall enough. I'm hitting it now. I got to slow down a bit more. And it's just going to move closer and closer to Dowd, and it's going to potentially lead to Dowd taking the lead here.
And again, it goes back to him staying out this last caution that we had about 16 laps ago. At least that was when the pit stop was made by Dowd and everybody else. A really perplexing call, I'm going to be honest, for Pataska to stay out, but you know, he was the leader. He's got to make that decision ahead of everybody else. Says, look at this fight off the corner. Oh my goodness, Challoner alongside Callisto. Callisto backs out. Bennett is in tow. Ryan Steele is out the windshield of the 78/1 car. This is really good racing back here in the middle of the top 10. You know, one other thing that was changed on this car when NASCAR moved over to it from the Gen 6, they went from a single side exit exhaust out the right side. I think it was the right, maybe it was the left. I can't remember now. We've had this car now for so long, I can't recall. But regardless, they had the single side exit exhaust. Now it's a dual side exit exhaust. And they've shortened up the exhaust actually to exit right under the driver on each side. And that took a lot of heat shield, and that was a big development part of the car for a long time, trying to figure out where the exhaust would go. But if it ran any longer underneath the driver like that, it actually overheated the driver. I bring this up because you can see these guys visually lift. And you couldn't see that quite as much. You still had some backfire from fuel that cooled and, didn't quite combust in the engine and cooled on the way out. Sometimes it would combust in the exhaust when these drivers would really fire up the engines. But now, these cars are more prone to seeing backfire out the side exit exhaust because the pipe is literally shorter. So any backfire that comes out of the engine does not have to travel as far before it exits the pipe. And you can see when these drivers lift sometimes just by seeing the little flame come out the exhaust. And I noticed it on Challenger's car a little bit ago. I think that's so cool. You can see that little moment right when they lift. That's the backfire that comes out. You got to watch for it right along the rocker panel at the bottom of the race car on the side there. But it's really cool when you do see it. Meanwhile, as I've been yapping, Ryan Steele has been passed up by Lionel Callisto, and up ahead, Robert Nash is on the back bumper of Austin O'Neill. You also have Ross Banfield being hounded by Christian Challenger. This is this fight on screen now.
See the speed difference out of the corner there, coming side by side.
Challenger to the inside. This late in the race, as we're starting to get closer to the end. Like, consider going side by side like that. Challenger does consider it, makes the pass doing that. And Banfield was wise to give it to him. Callisto tried to follow, but the door was closed. Now Callisto goes all the way up the racetrack, and you can run turn 3 a lot of different ways. Turns 3 and 4. 1 and 2, you're more in a box of the right way to run it just because of how high speed it is. As you see Callisto taking a different line, a different approach. He goes way down low, sends the dive bomb there on Banfield, but it works out. It was a slide job, really, is what it was. But down in 3 and 4, let's go back to Pancari's perspective. Watch the different lines that are taken ahead of him. You see, it looks like Banfield up near the wall, one car spinning. That's a lapper, I think. It is. That's Scott Kukas around. So he goes for a spin. He gets back going. So back to my point from Pancari's perspective. Watch down here in 3 and 4 just how many different lines you see. This might show it a little better. These guys are all running the corner a little bit differently in terms of braking point, throttle point, the actual line around the corner. I've always preferred, I know you said, Blue, that you've never raced here on iRacing before, but I've always preferred running right down along the bottom as we've got a caution. It's Lynn Kinchlow.
Not just letting you see the 21 also spinning out there, potentially trying to avoid Kinchlow here.
And there's the 21 car of Roberts.
That car admittedly looks a bit more beat up than Lynn, so I wonder if there's something going on there that we didn't see.
Well, here's Lynn on the backstretch, and Bryce was behind him. So I would expect that Lynn probably is where this starts. Lynn dives there to the inside of Don Dolson. They each get up the racetrack. Dolson gets the wall. Lynn Kinchlow gets into Dolson, and then Roberts comes in here, careens in, tries to avoid, and actually spins and hits the inside wall pretty good. Here's the 44 again.
Just came up a bit too high, had a little bit of contact, flipped it a bit, and contact's made, and around 44 goes.
There you see Bryce Roberts taking that spin to the inside wall, making contact, and resuming about his day. There we go. Pit stops. Everybody coming on in. This saves Dallas Pataska, by the way. He had just... Well, this lap anyways, under caution, makes it 53 laps that he's gone now without tires. Dowd was at 26, so he had officially hit to where his tires were twice as old. This saves the 24.
Absolutely saves. He got quite lucky there, honestly, with that. But that was also a good prediction. It was dangerous, but he pulled it off right.
It paid off. He kept the lead for all that time. He stays out front. Let's see, race off the pit lane. How's it gonna look? Wait for them to start leaving their box. Left sides are down. Pataska down and away. Followed up by Dowd. Then I can't tell if Nash or O'Neal was third.
I can't quite hear, but all I know is it looks like we're having another restart. Started by none other than Dallas.
We're gonna go to my favorite camera here, honestly, of the entire camera set. The pit exit line. There goes Pataska. Here comes Dowd. And then on exit, it's Nash by a nose over O'Neal. And you can see there, that first pit box pays off. Why? Well, if we back it up a little bit, and let's play back through. Nash has a whole nose on O'Neal when the front of their cars cross the line, but by the time the back of their cars cross, they're about even. So you can tell that Nash was traveling much more slowly, but because he had a shorter distance to travel on exit of the pit lane, he was able to still get there before Austin O'Neal, despite traveling more slowly out of the pit lane. And that counts for that second spot in this case for Robert Nash. That is the first pit box paying off for sure, because if they had to travel really any further, it would have been O'Neal over Nash. And I don't know that it's going to help Nash super significantly now, but that could be a huge difference later on in this race. And this race, I think, started maybe 2 hours earlier than it traditionally would have in the NASCAR Cup Series now, but you are starting to see that the shadows grow a little bit longer here, Blue. Look around the racetrack, the sun is definitely lowering in the sky, and, weather conditions, the track temp with the sun now out, still lower 90s. Well, I can't say for sure if we'll see any nighttime racing, but we will at least race into the evening here.
We'll get to see the nice and pretty sunset with all of these beautiful cars driving right past it.
Got a lot of time left to go. If you're in the YouTube chat, there's a bunch of you watching. We certainly appreciate it. Make sure to follow along with everything Bitstop TV across the board. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, and X. We're trying to get that TikTok program going. It's just a lot of work, man. TikTok is no joke, I will say, but certainly would appreciate the likes and follows across the board to help us out and get these races to the masses. And especially in the case of the major series like this tonight with the Southern 500, I think more people need to see this kind of racing. This series in particular, more people need to know about this series and get involved in 2026. Such a unique series, such great racing that it has to offer. More iRacers need to be involved. That's my opinion. As here we go. Now on the far side of lap 200 into the restart zone. Dallas Pataska, Robert Nash, your front row. Green flag back in the air here. Oh, contact towards the back. Bennett in the wall. That was Brian Bennett in the red numbered 71. He got the wall pretty good. That'll be worth the replay here in a moment once this lap completes. I'm not sure who that was with him, but you did see Robert Nash get the spot over Austin O'Neal, who has now lost a spot to Lionel Callisto. Let's go back and check out that restart one more time. First, we'll check out Callisto and his run to get up ahead of Nash. He restarted fourth. Or sorry, not ahead of Nash, but ahead of O'Neal. So let's see this from Callisto's perspective briefly.
Bit of a poor jump at the start there.
You see Pataska and Nash setting blistering lap times now into the 28-second bracket. The temps are coming down. The track is coming alive. This is how Callisto gets by O'Neal. That run out of turn number 2, it definitely pays off to kind of lay back behind that side-by-side and get that run on exit. But then, what happened to Brian Bennett back here in the 71 car, Callisto's teammate? There's Northway ahead, Wallet ahead, Sebastian Jackson behind. Wallet stacks up, Northway stacks up, and Bennett gets the wall in the result of that.
Thankfully not slow enough to bring out another caution, but that was sure close.
Down to the start-finish line, Pataska still leads. We've said that a lot today. That's been said a lot this weekend. Again, I go back to my time watching a little bit of that broadcast from SimSpeed late last night. The International region kicked this weekend off at Watkins Glen International last night. And Pataska, I don't recall if he started the race from pole position, but man, he
did indeed.
There you go. I wondered, you might need to check, if you can briefly, check and see where he started the Euro race, because I wonder if Robert Nash spoiled the complete sweep of pole position and wins. But regardless, Pataska has been the best stock car driver in the majors this weekend, no doubt. He's got 2 wins to show for it on road courses already at Watkins Glen and the Charlotte Roval. That's what I was trying to get to. Between the International region at Watkins Glen and the Euro region this morning at the Charlotte Roval. 2 wins in 2 different races against 2 very different driver bases. I mean, some crossover for sure, but 2 different bases of driver and 2 different racetracks. Now we come to Darlington, a 3rd different setup and track that he's got to try and dial in and get used to this week. A 3rd different group of drivers. Potentially the most competitive race we've seen over the weekend. I don't know if that's entirely fair to say, but I almost feel compelled to say it. He has just been lights out.
Honestly, I know we've still got maybe about 90-ish laps till the consideration is really there, but I'm already taking it. I'm claiming it right now. I'm calling dibs. Pataska driver of the day.
Fair enough. Yeah, he definitely has been preparing for this, I feel like. Drivers have races circled, and sometimes, especially when the season gets going in a lot of leagues, I might ask them, in an interview post-race or something, I might ask a driver, what race do you have circled on your calendar? I think this was the round in general for Dallas. The NASCAR round seems to be what he has circled, and I wouldn't be surprised if he also circled the World 600 back in May. That seemed to be a race where he was just the best once again, but this seems to be the one where he has really put in a ton of effort to make sure he had the best car at each of these 3 rounds, each of these 3 venues, against each of these 3 fields. And there's still a lot of race to go. I mean, he can crash, he can get caught up in something, who knows? I'm going to knock on wood because I don't want to jinx it, but, anything can still happen. But so far, he's been the best.
And since the field seems to have kind of calmed down a little, I wanted to follow up on what you said about people joining the league. If you guys want to know how to join the league, if I may, just searching up Majors League. Usually I'll get you right to the site. You just sign up. This race right here that you are watching right now is free entry with live race control, and as you could obviously tell, broadcasts. So if you like what you're seeing here and you want to come by and race this, I full-heartedly endorse it.
I do as well. I've not had the pleasure yet of racing within the Major Series, but if you go back to 2018, that's where my story with the Major Series starts, with LSR TV, covering some rounds way back when. And I was just getting my start in broadcasting. By the way, I don't know if we noticed, Nathan Dowd is down to 15th.
Oh, whoa. What happened to Dowd?
I'm not entirely sure. I knew something didn't feel right out front, and that's what. Dowd is way down the order. I don't know what's gone on for him. If he can get back to the front and finish up front, this will be something we have to ask about, but You see him dive there to the inside of Robert Northway, and now follows Shane Vickery through the corner.
You can see the speed difference. It's evident he's a bit faster than the other drivers down here. I wonder if there was just maybe a wall tap, maybe he got a little bit unlucky with some sort of traffic or something.
Well, if I had to guess, I would think maybe a pit stop penalty. Maybe too fast exiting, because he's been as low as 25th. We just noticed that he exited the front of the field, and there are exactly 25 cars on the lead lap right now, so I wonder if he got penalized under the last pit stop and had to come back through the field, much like Robert Nash did earlier. That's my guess, anyways. My point that I was going to say, though, as we watch now a battle between Vickery and Northway, is my story with the Major Series tracks all the way back to 2018, covering some rounds with Cisco Scaramuzza over at LSR TV at the time, and I fell in love with the concept then. I really do appreciate what the series is all about and what the series does with these rounds, running all different major events across the iRacing landscape, and trying to emulate these major events from the real world. I won't bring the calendar up right now because we're looking at race cars, and race cars are decidedly more fun than text on the screen, but Daytona with a 2.4, the Intimidator at Daytona, the GT World Challenge event, just going through the majors, America's events, the GT World Challenge event, the World 600, the Speedway 500, on down to the Le Mans 2.4, the Majors 24, for example. All these different events are so much fun to be a part of, at least in this proxy by broadcasting. I can only imagine how fun it is to race them. And here we go, big moment here. Scott Kukas being lapped as there's a caution out. Robert Northway's around. Oh dear.
Big for Northway driver we saw fighting back up through. Looks like maybe a tire's a little out of alignment there.
Yeah, Northway started 36 to 38. You know, this we came into today with a realistic NASCAR field. I mean, 38 cars, that's what you could very well see here at Darlington for the Southern 500, 36 to 40. So he started way back there in 36, did not set a qualifying time. He's trying to fight back through the field, and he finally just loses control there in turn number 4. The car just came around on him. Thankfully, he seems to have been missed by everybody. But this is going to be a big setback for that 46 car now.
Yeah, just take a look at that left front tire there. Anyone who noticed it, that was definitely out of alignment. That was not good.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent hit to the left front there, so I would not be surprised if there is some damage to that left front suspension area. Definitely some damage to the body panels. It's been crunched a little bit. And as he pulled away, you see the steering is mostly straight, but that doesn't mean it's not damaged. And, there can be a lot of hidden suspension damage sometimes, where a driver might not realize there's as much damage as there is, but it might steer okay, but it could be off-cambered to now where, the tire might wear unevenly, and that could be some hidden damage that impacts your race moving on, and you can lose control that way. So definitely something he'll want to get repaired as quickly as possible, if not with a fast repair, then certainly some extensive optional repairs as the field comes back into their box. And it's a rinse-repeat scenario. There you see Dowd and Callisto come in late. I still feel like it must have been a speeding penalty for Dowd under the last pit stop some 22 laps ago, but here we go. Pataska down and away over Nash, over O'Neill, over Challoner.
See some close, almost contact coming out of the pit lane there. That was a little scary between, I believe, I don't know who.
Let's go back to the schedule that we were talking about so fondly, anyway.
Very fondly.
This has been the slate for the Majors Americas region. I think the highlights certainly would be the Intimidator. That was a fantastic round with the 1987 NASCAR Cup cars at Daytona International Speedway. A great fuel mileage race. Nathan Dowd and Lionel Callisto worked that out beautifully and just barely got the win there. The World 600, not to just keep picking NASCAR events, but that was also good. I think the Speedway 500 was fantastic. I definitely have fond memories of the Le Mans 2.4 and Petit Le Mans in general. But I don't think there's been a bad round all year. Each of these races have been fantastic. I've got memories of each one of them, and I'll hold on to them as long as I can. It's been a fantastic season with the Major Series here in 2025, and even after today, 2 more rounds to go. Fantastic races coming up as we take Gen 3 supercars, which are closer to these cars than you might think now. But Gen 3 supercars headed to Bathurst later this month, and then we take the Super Formula out for the very first time here on Pit Stop TV. It'll be a first time for each of those 2 cars, actually, the Supercar and the Super Formula, as they will head to Suzuka with the Super Formula. And there's a lot to unpack there that we'll get to later on this year in November. The start was waved off. So I'll go ahead and ask here, Blue, if somebody wants to get involved, not just with the Major Series as far as a competition aspect, but if they wanted to get involved on the administrative side and maybe race control, where can they go?
Honestly, the 2 ways that you could get into that is either one, saying something in general. Usually someone like the good man Garen will notice and he'll message you and you guys will talk about it. Or you will get messages through the Majors website inviting you to come along, really any driver, as long as we need help in there, and which is just about every time we race. You know, we can always use a few more people, especially for the upcoming MEC where we will have driven safety cars.
There you go. Here we go, back around to the restart zone. Still 142 laps to go. That's a mind-numbing number at this point in time. Green flag once again here in the Majors Southern 500.
The car in the back there finally coming out forward. Maybe a little bit out of line. Car spinning off into the infield there. No caution for now.
Wyatt Roberts is one of them. We've seen his day be decent so far, but he's around, or at least was around there out of turn number 2, and there's a lot to unpack. Let's go back and look at it. Out of turn 2, Ross Banfield also going to be involved. This is towards the top 10. I mean, this is with Ryan Steele, who still runs in 5th now. Steele comes out of turn 2, and Banfield just gets into Roberts. And they each go for a slide, and they are so unlucky here that there's no caution. Oh my gosh. One more look at it. You see Roberts was up alongside the 12, but then backed out, and Banfield just got to him right there. Sends them both around, and look at this slide on the brakes. Banfield then releases the brakes, comes up, and nearly gets clobbered. Lynn Kinchler goes underneath. That was scary.
Maybe a little bit of a Code Brown moment there, I'm not gonna lie.
A little bit. I'd say a lot. Up front, your top 2 have not changed. Dallas Pataska, Robert Nash have been the guys to beat all day long. Throw in Dowd for a little while as well. But Dowd is down in 7th. He's actually working on Chris Willard. That's about as high as we've seen Willard in a while. Nearly side by side. Willard going to have the edge down the straightaway. Fight right behind. Lionel Callisto going to go by Brett Pancari. Now, I mentioned earlier, we've seen Brett Pancari on the channel before. He used to run in a league called NORC. It had a cult following, NORC. We've got broadcasts from seasons past here on the channel. And I very fondly recall the Princess Daisy number 35 in those races. Brett's been a long-time iRacer and was a valued member of that league way back when, and certainly good to see him here in the Major Series on a Sunday night. But a ninth has only been as low as 14th. It has been a very strong day for Brent so far. Brett has been up front most of the afternoon and evening, but here we go. Battle now for 6th. Dowd dives underneath Chris Willard. Position gain for car 7.
I just want to say, as you're saying for car, that's something always really fun I found with league racing like this. You see names you've seen in other places, whether from leagues you've been in, leagues you've heard of. You hear a name or you see a name and you see the name here as well, and you're like, oh, I know that person. I've raced them before in a completely different spot.
Yep. Yeah,
I think it's just wonderful.
And I think the most crossover we have here at Pit Stop TV has to be with Dallas Pataska, who sometimes still runs over in the Sim Auto Racing Association, or Sarah on Thursdays, those late models. But it's good to see Pinkari. That's our other bit of crossover that we've seen. And, we had Kyle Turzak, who usually runs in Sarah. He ran the World Series of Asphalt round back in August. We've seen a little, bit of crossover here and there. It's very good to see. And we certainly appreciate it. I think there's going to be some crossover with the series that's returning in January as well. A lot of the racers that we see in the BRB Sundance Pro Series on Tuesdays, they're going to head over and run some GT3 cars. More about that in January, though. For now, I just got to appreciate the guys that are running here in the Major Series tonight and have run other series before. And even if they haven't, I got to appreciate everybody for being here tonight. This has been a fantastic race. I think we've talked pretty candidly about some of the extra cautions that we've seen. But this has still been a really good race. Really good race. Nothing has been egregious as Dowd goes by Steele there for 5th. Nothing has been overly egregious or anything. Everybody's just been racing. And I got to appreciate that. Mistakes will be made. Drivers will get into one another. But it's all just been hard racing. And as you watch here, we are quickly accelerating towards 130 laps to go. Lionel Callisto is on the back bumper now of Chris Willard, who has sunk down to 7th place, as Brian McGreevy's got trouble. Somebody's broadside, that's Don Dolson. Another incident with no caution here.
Hopefully he rejoins back on properly and has some speed coming back in there.
This is going to be kind of significant, actually. I'm surprised from the little preview I just got. Surprised that there was no caution here. Dolson gets in the back of the 35 of McEnany, then gets hit by McGreevy, and Dolson goes for the spin down on the inside of turn 4. I say I'm surprised there was no caution, but he was more or less out of harm's way. Really good catch by the 35, though. That was impressive.
Absolutely beautiful catch there. Yeah, no, that was a rougher incident, man. That's just the product of hard racing, like you were saying earlier, with how hard the racing is in this race so far, how good it makes it.
That's really cool, actually, from McEnany. I'd be willing to promote that to a contender for the Lucky Performance Lucky Break of the day. He drifted that off and kept on moving. That was really impressive and cool to see out of Mr. McEnany there. Takes a lot of skill.
And that's another thing that's so great about the cockpit camera that iRacing gives you, is you could see the wheel inputs and you could tell he's got some smooth hands.
He's got a battle right behind in the form of Ross Banfield, and he's actually gotten away from Kyle Graham, so it's less of a battle now, but there is this battle. Timothy Klaus and Brian Bennett, they sort that out now, at least for the time being. Bennett still trying to recover back into the top 10 where he once was. So this a little bit deep in the field now, down around the 20th spot. And look at that. Banfield, the inside of McEnany here. This is for 16th. Banfield moves up, and we've seen Ross in the top 10 today. We know he can contend up there. He just needs it to go his way again, as you see the side-by-side behind. Kyle Graham, Timothy Klaus, one car, inside wall. Who was that? I believe that was Bill Daly, and it was. And he is going to be done.
That's the look of a ended race right there, and what a terrible-looking accident that was, just looking at it. He's going to try to drive through. Makes me wonder if he still has a fast repair.
He does not.
Oh, well, yeah, there's the race over. Y'all saw it.
Yeah, even if he gets back to the pit lane, that's going to be at least a half hour of repairs, and he's already 5 laps down. That'll likely put him at least, 50 or so laps behind the leaders. That is a day ender, more or less, for Bill Daly. A look back at it for the driver of the 36 car, started 34th. He was the final of the cars to have turned a time in qualifying. And this will be where his story comes to some sort of end here off of turn 4. Just got loose and collides with the inside wall.
An absolute plummet into it there. That's just rough. Honestly, nothing else he could have done there.
Lap traffic becoming a factor once again for race leader Dallas Pataska. He's got the 66. That is going to be Andy Banfield just ahead. He'll quickly dive to the inside of that machine as Austin O'Neill has got company.
Now, we do know we saw in Petit Le Mans, that little 2 hour there that we had. We know that O'Neill is a wonderful driver and honestly a really good fighter. Makes me wonder how hard he's going to fight Chandler here.
Honestly, Austin's in a pretty good spot in the standings. Again, I'm not going to bring the graphic up, for the race cars, but Austin comes in 4th. Admittedly, a little bit down the order, but not a bad spot. If I'm him, I'm going to fight. Maybe not tooth and nail. If Christian gets most of the way alongside, I might lift and facilitate the pass, but frankly, it's a position on the racetrack inside the top 3. I'm going to fight for it.
And Brian Rice isn't looking at these drivers get. He's looking for a coin here in P3.
That's
and
right.
Chandler wants that coin going side by side, coming out of turn 4.
Oh, they squeeze up into Banfield. O'Neill just scraped that 66 car. Challenger used him as a pick beautifully. That was textbook lap traffic maneuvering by Christian Challenger to get on by the number 5 car there. O'Neill has to suffer and fall back to the hands now of Nathan Dowd, who was clawed back to the top 5.
Forward going side by side here. It looks like O'Neill's might just kind of be letting him through here.
After that, I wouldn't blame him if he did want to just lift and let somebody have it, but he's going to fight now down to turn number 1. Look how close they are.
Almost touching there, you see. You saw it there, just a few inches between the cars, and that's scary for sure. That's a scary little bit to see.
Dowd does get through, and that's for 4th. Further back, Jason Wallace, Sebastian Jackson. Jackson down to the inside. We don't use this camera very often, but in certain situations like we've seen the last couple of battles, it pays off. Might even see it again here in 1 and 2. Jackson goes to the inside. Look at this. This is a very unique angle we have. Right to the inside of Jason Wallet. Look how close they are. Not just to each other, but also to the outside wall.
Yeah, look at that. That's I remember when I was first learning how to drive stock cars, the person teaching me said, don't be afraid to touch the wall.
That's
as close as you can.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's especially prevalent here. Of all racetracks, this is the one where you've got to be the closest to the wall the longest. The most. So if you're scared at Darlington of hitting the wall, you'll never, ever be fast here. You've got to abandon that fear. You've got to embrace it and just go racing.
You know, I think that's so important to know just as a driver in general. You gotta just abandon all fear of the track. You have to own that track, and that's something we're seeing Pascal do over something you can see Nash doing. Though with the 1 second gap between P2 and P1, I think we know who has less fear here.
I do think there's probably a healthy amount of fear to have, but yeah, I definitely see your point. Well, Sebastian Jackson's going to lose some time here down the back straightaway to Jason Wallet. That is for the top 10, as Wallet runs 10th and Jackson runs 11th. This is one of the longer runs we've seen all day long, honestly. And this could be the beginning of a new trend of the race. You know, we saw all those cautions early. It's not uncommon, especially on iRacing, to see a race unfold like this. A lot of cautions early, a few drivers drop out, and then there's just more room to race, and therefore the race gets going green for a much longer time. This is not that uncommon. This could be the way the race unfolds for the next 50 or 60 laps or so, even longer.
Now, don't jinx it, man. Come on.
I know. You know, in the BRB Sundance Pro Series on Tuesdays, myself and my usual co-commentator over there, Zach Burtis, we've got kind of a back and forth where I'm the bringer of chaos, and I will happily jinx the field. I don't want to do that here. I will knock on wood, try and save the field some trouble, but I definitely... If I look at the 113 to go here as a whole, I wouldn't mind one more yellow or two to bunch the field up and give us some racing, but also, I think just for variety's sake, a couple of green flag pit stops would be cool.
Honestly, I don't think I've seen a single pit stop under green yet, actually, through this whole race.
Not from a leader, no. Here's Bryce Roberts, back end of Wyatt Roberts. They battle here out of turn number 2. And we do have to turn our attention soon to second place as Christian Challoner has run down Robert Nash, but for now, this is the best battle on the racetrack. This is for 21st. The battle of the two Roberts. Each of these guys have been good at separate times today and just have been caught up in different incidents and now are sub 20th position. Bryce gets the wall there through 1 and 2 rather. It used to be 3 and 4 many years ago. Slow car there on the inside. Hopefully he gets it mowed down and keeps it underneath him. But I mentioned that battle for second. Here it is. Christian Challoner on the back end of Robert Nash as they go down the front straightaway. Through lap traffic now.
This is something I haven't seen a whole lot with any of the NASCAR-esque cars or oval cars in general. Fighting through lap traffic. This is something I always see in roads, but I haven't really seen it yet in oval. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
And Dallas Pataska is right in the middle of it. He has caught Robert Northway trying to put him one lap down. And that is significant. Northway was quick in practice. Wow. That is very significant to see Pataska lap the 46 car here today. Northway is a lot of fun to watch here in the Major Series. Driver out of New Zealand. We don't see many of those anymore. At least not on the America side. Obviously, we see more in the international region, but there we go. Dallas Pataska now to the inside of one car. Northway in the wall. Oh, my goodness. He continues to come unraveled. In the wall some more as second and third go by. That's Nash and Challoner. There's the 23 of Mertz. The 7 of Dowd has to lift big time.
I think he's getting a little nervous here. I think he had Aska pass him there, and he realized I'm not as fast as I think I should be, and it's getting to his head, and he's trying to push a bit too hard, and it's just making him make even more mistakes than he's already made.
Meanwhile, pass for second. Challoner gets position on Robert Nash, and Nash says absolutely, go take it, go chase Dallas down. So we talked about it earlier. I forget who it was in the YouTube chat. They made sure to let us know Challoner's not out of this thing. Do not count him out. And here we go, just over 100 to go. He's back in this thing, second place, trying to run Dallas Pataska down. He's a former eNASCAR Pro driver. He knows how to get around an oval.
And already you see the time start to drop out of the 2-second range between Dallas and Chandler. It's getting closer already. This could be partially due to the lap traffic, but it could also just be that Challenger's faster in this stage of the race.
I would definitely attribute it to lap traffic so far. You see, this is Pataska trying to pass Brian Bennett here in 1 and 2. He will get by that number 71 car. Bennett now falls back to Wyatt Roberts. Of course, these lap cars, they want to have their battles too. They want to fight the guy as they're racing for position. And they want to try and fight the leader. They don't want to go a lap down, so they're going to give Pataska a hard time. And that gap has been cut down significantly now, down to 1.3 seconds.
It's now just leaning on how well Chandler can get through. If he can get through all this traffic nice and clean and well, I think we could see a good fight for the lead by the end of the race.
Well, Challenger's starting to get held up. You see him there on the right side of your screen. As we watch Brian Bennett, Wyatt Roberts, Bryce Roberts, and Christian Challenger enter on stage right. Bryce Roberts gets the wall. Lynn Kinchlow's in this picture as well. Challenger goes by the 21 car, now has to work on the 562 and the 71. Side by side ahead of him. That's not what he wants to see here. He's going to try and put it 3 wide underneath. Christian Challenger managing the lap traffic beautifully. And here comes Dowd on Nash. That's for third in the midst of the lap traffic. Nash reads it wrong. Dowd on the inside. All as we approach 100 laps to go here at Darlington Raceway.
You know, sometimes you look at a driver, you look at a man, you think, you just gotta ask, how big are they? And Chandler's gotta have a big pair to taking it 3 wide like that.
Oh my gosh, that was a big move from Christian Challenger, no doubt. He definitely risked it for the biscuit there, as they say. The only trouble for Christian is while he did initially gain a second on Pataska, he's now lost that second and then some. 2.5 seconds back into turn 1 here for Christian Challenger. And Pataska's up the road a ways through most of the lap traffic now and setting sail. So I don't think this has really phased Dallas at all. I think maybe for a moment it was starting to. But I think overall, Dallas unfazed right now. He's back into clean racetrack and can get back about his day. They've now lapped up through 17th, by the way. And 17th belongs to Timothy Klaus for the time being. They've got about 8 seconds of racetrack up until they get to lap traffic again. At least Pataska does.
Pataska just needs to make up as much time as he can up until the lap traffic. Then he could take his time with the lap traffic and then make up even more time. That's all he's got to do here. And maybe a little bit of hope that Challenger gets caught up a bit heavier.
And of course, the sun is setting. The track, is it cooling some more? Well, it's stayed about the same the last hour or so. 93 degrees still for the track temp. It has not changed much recently, but the ambient temp is starting to drop a little more. Look around the racetrack, the sun getting lower back there behind turn 4.
And with about 100 laps left in this race, I think we're going to see a very beautiful sunset for the end.
Slow car here, right in front of the race leader. Get going, Shane. No caution yet, but leaders are approaching. He's in the racing line. One car in the wall. That was Klaus. There goes Challenger. Vickery on the racing line. Slow there. Dowd goes by. Here comes McEnany. Dowd swerves underneath Klaus, and Dowd's going to have a shot here at Challenger to turn 3.
Honestly, this is what neither of them really want right now. Right now, they need to both put their head together and chase down Pataska. It's a 3, almost 4-second gap there. They should be working together here, not fighting.
Yeah, and Dowd did hold back, but caution. Kinchlow pits, and this is going to be for Northway and Mertz on the front straightaway. Northway had just been lapped recently. As we move inside of 100 laps to go, this seems to be a somewhat significant incident. Watch this for the 46 of Robert Northway. He was racing with the 71 of Brian Bennett and the 23 of Joshua Mertz. Off of turn 4 here, Northway free, swerves, back up, Bennett's there, and Mertz got spun off of somebody else. Watch the 23 here inside of the racetrack, out of turn 4. He goes low to avoid this, and there's the 42 of Gelder minding his own business.
You know, Oval's just like, sometimes you're minding your own business, next thing you know, you got a car turning themselves over your nose.
When I go back to this lapped car in front of Challoner, who was that again? It was Vickery. It was 99 of Vickery. He was slow here. I want to know what happened here. Let's go back. He was racing with Ross Banfield here off of turn 4. And Vickery just gets loose. I mean, Banfield got the wall behind him, but that had nothing to do with it. Vickery just got loose. That's what happened to the 99 car. And then he's trying to get back going, but he ends up, I mean, this is just... If you can be lower off the racing surface, you've got to try to be. You don't want to be above the dotted white line here into turn 1 like this. Unfortunately, that's in people's way. I know he's just trying to get back going and stay low out of the way, but he ends up in the way, unfortunately. Pit stop's now unfolding. Cars exiting the pits, and it's, of course, Dallas Pataska at the front of the field over Christian Challoner and Nathan Dowd. Perhaps the 3 strongest drivers all season long will lead us back to the green.
I think this is going to be a very strong last about 100 laps or so between these 3 here. Especially with this restart. If they don't let the 24 here get away, they have a very good chance at taking the win.
You know, the question here for me is, have we seen the last of the incidents? Because we just got, what, 50 laps or so under green? But it would not be outside the realm of possibility to see this be the caution to start bringing on the cautions. Right? We had that little stretch just now. And now these guys are inside of 100 to go. They know how much more this track position means. As we get closer, as these laps click off, these positions get harder and harder to grab. So I just don't know how lenient these guys can be expected to race, I guess is the way to put it. It's certainly... It's starting to be the time where the intensity is going to ratchet up, and it's already been there all race long, but I would not be surprised to see another couple of incidents here. The age-old saying is cautions breed cautions.
I absolutely would not be surprised to see more, especially since now, I'm sure everyone in your picture right now is on fresh tires, new fuel. They're fighting. It's about to be one hell of a fight, I believe, as we come to 1 to go.
There actually are a couple of exceptions to that. In Shane Vickery, who's on 51 lap old tires, he has stayed out to get the lap back, along with Wyatt Roberts. They have each stayed out to get a wave around. So the way it works in oval racing, typically, at least in NASCAR style oval racing like this, if you stay out and manage to be ahead of the race leader at 1 to green, you get your lap back. Because you have unlapped yourself to the leader, you're just caught behind the pace car. So you're allowed to pass the pace car, catch up to the tail end of the field. You basically get your lap back that way, but you have to stay out to do it. There is the lucky dog, that's the one free pass. That's the top driver, that's 1 lap down, is awarded that. or 1 lap down or more is awarded that, they also get a chance to pit. But if you're a waiver-on car, you get no chance to pit. You have to stay out to be that car ahead of the leader in the pacing field, and we see a couple of cars have done that in this case. Here we go, though. Back to the restart zone. Pataska, Challoner, Dowd, Nash, O'Neal. It's a who's who out front inside of 100 to go at Darlington Raceway.
Challoner already on the back there. He's hungry for that position. He wants that win, and he's gonna try to take it.
And we're gonna start to enter that period of day that NASCAR drivers absolutely loathe here at Darlington. Early sunset. And I'm gonna show you why as Pataska leads over Challoner here. We're gonna go on board with Challoner. Look at this sun glare down the back straightaway. It's not even that bad yet. There's some clouds in the way. But you can just imagine as the sun gets lower over the Earnhardt Towers there in turn 3, it's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse until eventually you just can't really see and you're just pointing the wheel in the right direction, hoping and praying. Kind of like in an RPG, not an RPG, an FPS, a first-person shooter, that's what I'm going for. You're just kind of hoping sometimes you shoot and spray into the right area to kill the enemies. It's the same kind of thing. You're blinded down the straightaway, just hoping you're headed the right direction and you don't hit anybody.
You know, out of all the analogies I think I've heard you use throughout the couple times I think that might be the funniest one I've heard.
it's just spray and pray down the back straightaway.
Yes, sir.
When the sun comes back out, we'll get a good look at it, but thankfully, these guys are shielded from it for now by some clouds out there. Cooling the racetrack down. Back on the weather conditions, 90 degrees now. It's cooling down out there. The grip is heading the way of the drivers. And if we could put a meme on screen, it would be the one where everybody liked that, because everybody here is going to be very happy the racetrack is heading in this direction. Watching your top two, there's some battles further back. How about Lionel Callisto on the back bumper of Chris Willard? Willard is an interesting driver to have this far up. I know he started in the top 10, as you can see there, started 9th, but we have not seen many runs like this out of him this season. He's always been around, but has not had a great year, I would say. It's really good to see Chris running well today. He's had a lot of, random moments that have kind of taken him out of contention, but this is a really good run for him. He's been as low as 25th, and I think that illustrates some of what I'm trying to say. He got sorted backwards in the field early, but has since recovered, is now running 6th. He's been as high as this exact position, so definitely on a recovery drive a little bit. And it's good to see him doing well here today at Darlington, but he does have Lionel Callisto just behind, trying to threaten that position. Once again, just a really good race here at Darlington Raceway today. This is a really cool round for the Major Series to have selected. I was a little bit perplexed at first as to why Darlington, because it is a really hard oval to run. It doesn't matter the car. You could bring a street stock here, it'd be underpowered and a little bit slower, and it would still be hard to run. But this has really worked out. I think I see some of the vision now, and boy, it has been realized here today as this is a really cool example of what the Majors America Series, or the Major Series in general, has to offer this weekend between Watkins Glen, the Charlotte Roval, and now Darlington. The closest battle on the racetrack is down for 23rd spot blue. It is between Bryce Roberts and Brian McGreevy. They're each a lap down. But hey, if you're deep in the field, you still got to try and get a spot.
No, I think it's the way we're in the field where it, even though you're not in contention for something like a win, like once you hit a lap down, you're still here to have fun, and I think that's what these two drivers are about ready to have there. It's gonna get closer.
Meanwhile, Wyatt Roberts, still on the racetrack, has not pitted in 61 laps. So 60-lap old tires on that 562, and he's not alone. Shane Vickery in the same boat. You know, we've seen cars get loose 10 laps into a run or less. I can only imagine what it's like to drive these two cars right now. 60-lap old tires at Darlington? No, thank you.
I think there's a lot of hope and prayers put into these cars here.
Yeah, these two have to be hoping for a caution to save their races.
You know, I wonder if cautions are like a Beetlejuice type of thing, where you say it 3 times and it happens.
You know, you had your kind of enlightened moment a few minutes ago when I brought up first-person shooters. Never thought I'd hear Beetlejuice used in a racing broadcast, but I like it. Great movies. I was able to see Beetlejuice 2 last year in theaters. Never thought it would come up in a racing broadcast, a sim racing broadcast, no less. But I appreciate it. I'm here for it.
Oh man, just you wait till I probably eventually do an actual racing broadcast. It'll be there. I'll send you the link.
80 laps to go as the leader crosses the stripe. We're getting closer and closer and closer to the end of this thing. It's been a long race. We are approaching, we've just gone past 3.5 hours of broadcasting. I'll tell you, I've been trying to make this point about the sun glare down the back straightaway, and that cloud has been in the way for, what, 10 laps? No, the drivers like it, but that cloud is killing me right now. Here we go, off the corner. Ross Banfield, Brett Pancari, very close. This is for 9th.
That is a very, very polite cloud.
Caution.
I will say.
And I'm not sure where it is yet. I don't even see a car slow. But based on Wayne Hutchison giving some spots back, I wonder if it happened around him. I did see Sebastian Jackson initially losing a spot at one point. So I wonder if it happened around there. Yeah, perhaps right here. Hutchison and Bennett. Wow, hello.
Ooh, that didn't look right, in my opinion. A little bit of door bashing, though.
It looked right. It looked a bit like a right hook. But let's give Sebastian a chance here. Let's give it a fair review.
If it was a right hook guy, I think that was a bit of a failed right hook.
Comes off the wall and just gets into him. I mean, you know, it goes back to, I don't know Sebastian's background, but if he is maybe still getting used to oval racing, or at least Darlington, maybe his brain is telling him, get off the wall. That's not crazy to imagine. And, you know, instinctively, maybe he just kind of pulls the wheel left a little bit, and maybe that's all it is. But it definitely appears, and we'll get the in-car view here in a second, but it definitely appears as though he pulls the car left into the right door there of Brian Bennett. Let's take a look at the in-car.
If you look here, it doesn't look like he actually hits the wall here.
He really didn't even pull the wheel at all. He just exited at a certain, at the right angle. It's where when he left it straight, it just tracked down the racetrack a little bit.
Yep.
I still think race control is going to have to put that on him as cars exit the pit lane, and it's going to be Pataska back over Challoner. No surprise. And this might be the first last stop. Does that make sense?
It almost does. It's in my brain as a kind of.
So
sense,
this
just barely off.
This might be the first time we say that this could be the last stop of the race. 70 or so to go, 75-ish. That's not entirely out of the realm of possibility to stretch fuel with some cautions. This could be the last stop of the race, and I'm sure these guys all will pit again if we get cautions. But if it were to go green, or maybe have just a couple of quick cautions, this could be the first time that we say, hey, this could be the last stop of the race.
Honestly, I think no matter what, there's gonna be one more. You said about 70 laps. I mean, I could see there being just one more stop before that 70 if they don't conserve at all.
Well, here's a better look at some of the glare on the back straightaway from Christian Challoner's perspective. The sun has come back out. Again, it's not that bad yet, but you will have noticed the glare from these angles looking down the backstretch, and certainly, I'll show the angle here in a moment. I mean, there you can see the sun through the
there's
the
some
windshield.
sun.
But certainly this angle down the front stretch here in a moment, you'll see a lot of that glare on the racetrack, and particularly, I mean, this has been building over the last 150 laps. It's been getting worse, but especially a particular angle we have in turn 1, you'll see a lot of glare really on the rubbered-in part of the racetrack, where these guys have been running for 290 laps. Here, this will show it perfectly. There's that really shiny part of the racetrack where it's reflecting the sun to no end. That's the racing line. That's where this racetrack is rubbered in. It's been glossed over a little bit. The pores of the racetrack have been filled in, and that's why it's so important to stay on that narrow racing line as well here, because, you know, just in addition to getting around here quickly, you also have to make sure you stay on the racing line so as to not tear up your tires. If you deviate too far from it, you're back on fresh asphalt, and that's more porous and can tear your tires up a little more. So iRacing does simulate that rubber being filled in, at least to a point. How in depth it goes, I'm not entirely sure, but I know it at least does simulate it to a point as far as, you know, the extent of what they're capable of doing. iRacing does some crazy, wonderful things here as we approach 70 laps to go in this race. It's Protaska, it's Challoner, your front row, and Nash and Dowd, O'Neill and Callisto, Banfield and Steele, Wallet and Bunkari, your top 10. Green flag once again in the majors. Southern 500. As this race wears on, the top 2 drivers in this race become more and more clear. And those are the 2 that lead now. Protaska, Challoner, they have been more or less unmatched at times. Yes, we've seen Nash and Dowd lead, but we have not seen speed quite like these top 2 from anybody else.
It'll really show just within about the next 10 laps. You'll see that these 2 have a bigger gap between P2 and P3 than there is P1 and P2. And it's going to be quite the huge gap from 2 to 3 between Challoner and Nash.
And here you go. This is just comparing the top 2 for now. But I will set it up here in a moment to compare the top 4 lap times. There's that glare down the backstretch. That's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And honestly, we might be in the prime of that glare when this race is over. Let's bring this down. Let's go ahead and set this up to compare the total top 4. Should be like this. Oh yeah, more or less that does it. So I've got it kind of in reverse order, but regardless, you see Nash. Yeah, okay. Nash there is listed above Protaska, down above Challoner, but you get the point. Protaska a 29.199 that last lap. Challenger just a little bit off that at a 281. Dowd, though, surprisingly, a 267, so he's actually faster than Challenger, but he runs down in fourth.
I think that just has to do with the fact he has taken an adventure to the back of the grid at some point in the race, way earlier in the race.
Tasca, that last lap, fastest again. Challenger a little faster than Dowd. Nash was actually the slowest out of these top four that last time around. But even so, I say fastest and slowest, but these guys are all still right on top of one another. Very, very close. And as we approach and begin lap 300 here, there's that sun glare from the flag stand. This has just been another fantastic round of the 2025 Major Series. We're beginning kind of the end here of this race, starting to wrap this one up. And while there is certainly a favorite out there, and that's got to be Dallas Pataska, Blue, can you say honestly that you know who's going to win this race?
Honestly, looking at the former challengers I cannot at the moment. But it's definitely one of these two that are in the top two.
Sure, I'd say there's top contenders. And maybe you could narrow it down to say you feel or you know that the winner's going to come out of the top 10, but is that really the case? Is it for sure that the winner might come out of the top 10 or top 5 or top 3? I don't think so. I think anything can still happen in this race. There's a lot of race to run still. As we have gone by mile 400, we are approaching probably the final moments of this race, but still, a caution can come out at any point in time and turn things on their head. And now, if we do get a caution, do you take 2 tires instead of 4?
I mean, with the unlimited tires, I don't see why you would take just
track position. If you're 5th, you take 2, you exit first, you get that track position.
Oh, that is a very, very good point. You are right.
And with how hard it is to pass, yes, you can set passes up, especially if you've got a car that works as good as Pataska or Challenger, but it still takes work. It's never guaranteed. So if you can get ahead of one of those top 2, especially if it's a short run to the end at some point, if you can pull a 2-tire stop, get ahead of them, if they take 4, I mean, that could be the difference here today in 1st or 10th even.
You know, there's only one way to figure out if the 2 stops really going to help, and that is if another caution comes out. I think that would be best done by testing my theory that I made earlier, personally.
All will become clear very, very soon. We're watching a battle for 9th place. Brent Puncari, Jason Wallet, and Chris Willard. I mentioned Willard being in the top 10 earlier. 6th place even. Well, he has deviated from that top 10 until now. Gets back into the top 10 now by passing Jason Wallet. But Jason's not done.
Position, though.
Not done at all. Got back to the back bumper there of Willard into turn 3. Even now, I don't think it's settled.
He's looking. You see him peeking onto the inside there. I think he's not going to set it in here. I think he's going to wait till the back straight. He's going to see how it is. I think we can see it coming through the 3, and we see 44 running down low.
Yeah, Kinchlow with a moment. It's been a rough day for Lynn Kinchlow. Started the race weekend on the broadcast team with Sim Speed for the international region at Watkins Glen. Did a fantastic job. Gave a lot of really cool perspective as being somebody with the Major Series, and some of the same perspective that you can share, Blue, being that you are kind of on the in with the Major Series. And Lynn, it seems, is trying to pit, and will find his way down to pit lane this time. So I wonder, is Lynn maybe realizing... Well, actually, Lynn couldn't go to the end. Lynn stayed out last caution. So is Lynn maybe realizing This might be the only time to go ahead and pit. Might not have it with a caution. Go ahead and get the tires, the fuel now, so that we can try and stay out later and get a lap back or something, if there even is a caution later.
And you know, this is a interesting strategy from Lynn here, because Lynn is only one lap down, given at the back of the one lap, but that single caution, if Lynn's able to stay out, that could be the one lap that Lynn needs to get back onto the lead lap, which could possibly, potentially, lead to a win if some crazy circumstance happens with cautions again.
Listen to this real quick. Watch and listen to down into turn 3. Downshift. And not so much there, but then in 1 and 2. I want you to watch the RPMs, watch the telemetry here. I just heard something a lap ago, and I'm curious if he's going to keep doing it. Listen and watch. Clutch in. So he is trying to save at least a little bit of fuel. I mentioned we were on the edge of what these guys could maybe do in a run. You know, maybe they try and stretch it. He's not saving down in 3 and 4, so he's not terribly worried, it seems. But he is saving fuel, and that is hugely interesting. Let's start checking around the field then. To wait a lap now with Pataska, but let's start listening and checking RPMs and such, because this could be a bigger theme across the board. So as we approach 56 to go here. Right there, 56 to go. Listen to Pataska. The upshifts, which is interesting, that's going to keep lower revs into the corner. But doesn't save that time through 1 and 2. To switch back to Christian Challenger, and we'll just have to check manually who is and is not saving here. Here's Challenger down the front stretch, turn 1 coming up. Keeps it in 4th. Christian's not worried about fuel then. I think he's just running it out, trying to keep pace with Dallas Pataska. Not worried about the pit strategy just yet. Probably banking on having to make one more stop. Here's Robert Nash. It's interesting, Blue. Very different situation between the top 3 and Nathan Dowd in 4th.
It's gonna be interesting to watch as the race goes on. I must agree this, because you can tell that they're still banking on another yellow coming out, but at the same time they need to be prepared for if that yellow doesn't come out.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. And I do wonder very much how this is going to impact. I mean, I guess it really just comes down to whether or not this thing goes green. You know, can Dowd, and I assume Callisto must be doing the same thing, but we can verify that quickly. We can list it in with Callisto. Is he also saving? We'll find out. Stays in 4th here across the line. 5th, no clutch. Down to 4th quickly. Back up to 5th, so not saving gas. Almost using 4th where he doesn't really need to there. It's interesting, a very big difference between teammates there, and I wonder, when we go back to Dowd here on the front stretch, is he still saving in turn 1? Or has he realized maybe, is it maybe too little too late? He's still saving. And I'll challenge my own point, my own suspicion. He could be doing that simply to keep the rear of the car happy. That could be just how he's running the corner to make it through, to keep from having too many revs in the rear of the car and getting loose. So that I don't know, it could be a multitude of things. Usually when you see that, especially in a stock car, usually that's a competition thing to try and save fuel, but you just never know sometimes with these guys, the way they run these cars. Moving around the field a little bit, trying to hunt some battles. This is Ryan Steele and Chris Willard, 8th and 9th. And I think we've hit that point, Blue, where I sometimes struggle with this. I don't want to do it too early. Because we've nominated guys before for Driver of the Day, and then they end up in a crash. But we can't go too much longer, can we?
I agree, we can't go too much longer.
We've been broadcasting for nearly 4 total hours. It's about time. As Pancari and Steele swap spots. Pancari goes ahead in a 9th. Ryan Steele falls back behind Len Kinchlow. Kinchlow actually holding them both up here through 3 and 4. Kinchlow's that car 2 cars ahead here. This is Ryan Steele's on board. Three cars up is Chris Willard. That was a brief moment deeper in the top 10. Pit stop now. Robert Northway into the pit lane and into his box. This, I think, is certainly intended to be the final stop for Northway's race if this goes green. Of course, if we start to get cautions, anything can happen. And here we go, lap traffic. Let's hold off for just a moment on the Driver of the Day vote. Let's see how this pans out first.
Steve Chandler behind Pashka here. He's going to follow him 3C75, getting into the wall a little bit. That was definitely a little scary for our leaders.
You see the glare getting worse there in turn 1. It's getting even worse for these drivers down into turn 3. That was just the camera's perspective into turn 1. Look at this. Down the straightaway into turn 3.
There it is.
That's starting to be a problem. Drivers will have layers and layers of tint in the real world. This is, usually you see this kind of glare in stage 1 in the Southern 500 for the NASCAR series. So this is closer to when the race would have started for them. And it's a problem all the way through stage 1 into stage 2. The first, third of the race or so. These guys are dealing with it here at the end, and this could make some very decisive moves that much more complicated for these guys as these laps go on. On board with Challoner, this is lapping the... Let's see, I know who that is. That's Graham, Kyle Graham. The 634 car, 23 laps down. I think it's that time, Blue. We've got about 40 laps to go. It's as good a time as any to go ahead and nominate some drivers of the day. And you already claimed one. Do you want to stick with it?
I'm sticking with Pashka. Absolutely. I am sticking with him. Wonderful drive. Had a little bit of a scary moment being back in about 7th earlier in the race, but he's done wonderfully to bring it back up to the front. And just hold on to this. As you see there on that graphic, 226 laps led. That's just insane.
A very large number for sure. That's longer than a lot of leagues will run here at Darlington. I see a lot of races 100 to 200 laps. I think 183 is 183, 184 will be halfway for this race. That'd be a 250. That's a common race length for a league to run here at Darlington. He's led more than half the race. That's incredible. I'll give you the floor then for your second pick. I want to go rapid fire here with my two. I'll give you the floor here.
This is a really, really rough pick. And it's going to be a little funny because this seems very, very easy, but it's kind of a little difficult. I'm thinking of Challoner. Challoner was even farther back than Pashka, and he's running second now. I mean, that's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Started in 6th. He's now 2nd, which is the highest he's been in this race. He hasn't taken the lead at all, but we can see it by the end. And he was all the way back in 28. I mean, that takes, dare I say it, some absolute mega talent to drive all the way up, as well as the beautiful handling of traffic he has. He's another driver that's been wonderful to watch.
Yeah, you know, the cream started pretty much at the top, but has pretty much stayed there over the course of this race. I mean, Pataska, Challenger, Nash, Dowd, Callista, O'Neill have been the top 6 really all day long. There have been some variation, you know, bits of variation here and there, but it has mostly been those guys out front of the race all race long. And we just haven't seen anybody really go back to front. I mean, we had Robert Northway for a little while, but then he had some mistakes, so I don't think it'd be fair to name him for driver of the day now. I don't think he quite fits it today. I mean, he was at one point. He was absolutely in the running, but I just don't know if I would still say the same. He is still up 12 spots. Kukas is up 10. I think that's mostly, though, by attrition because of how deep they started. So I don't want to discredit what they've done, but I think that's mostly just by staying alive as opposed to driving through the field and being the driver of the day. You know, when I look at positions gained, like we see on the graphic on the ticker here, one that does stand out to me actually is Ryan Steele. He's up 4 spots, and I think that's going to have to earn at least one of my nods. He's up those 4 spots in a very difficult field to gain spots in, at a very difficult racetrack and a very difficult race car, and has survived obviously the 330 laps to get to this point. Has put himself in a decent spot. He's been higher than this earlier on. He's been as high as 5th. I think he earns a nod for me as somebody who's been kind of under the radar but could fit the driver of the day category. And then I get to a really difficult decision. I could have taken the easy way out and taken Nash and Dowd. I really could have. Nash has led 34 laps. Dowd has led 64. Nash has been as low as 24th. Dowd has been as low as 25th. I mean, these guys have mirrored each other a lot today. Caution, it's not going to save me as Kyle Graham is around on the back straightaway, but I am going to end up nominating Nathan Dowd. Because, and this is my only bit of distinction between them, Nathan Dowd has the championship picture looming and weighing on him. And he's still executing under pressure today. So I could have taken the easy road and just nominated the rest of the top 4, and that would have been fine, frankly. But I want to mix it up a little bit. I want to throw in Ryan Steele and still give a nod there to Dowd as we take a look back at what happened here to Kyle Graham. And let's not understate how important this is for the race. This saves all of those leaders from the difficult decision of when to pit. This is the money stop now, Blue, and this might be the final stop of the race for all of them.
We are about to see maybe one of the craziest little 30-lap sprints we have ever seen with the pace that these top 4 drivers have. And not even just the top 4, even just the top 10. We're about to see quite the race.
That's Kyle Graham coming to a stop there on the back straightaway to draw this caution. Unfortunately, already 23 laps down, very much out of this race as far as the contention for the win goes, but still, of course, fighting to stay on the racetrack and earn the best position he can. Here we go, though. The money stop for everybody. Do not slide your box. Do you take 2 tires? I don't think so. I think this has to be a 4-tire stop. 2 tires maybe in these final 30. If we go like 20 or something, maybe 2 then. There we go. Challenger launches first, but it's going to be Pataska out of the pit lane first. Then Nash, then Dowd. Pretty much as they entered Pataska, was he speeding? He was! Callisto seems to have been speeding. You can't do this. Not with 30 to go.
I've said this a lot, this race. Absolutely tragic, honestly, from the 24 machine here. Oh, man. That hurts him, and you already know.
Wonder if we can see the speed lights on the dash when he gets going. We didn't see it on Northway earlier, on Nash earlier when he sped. But you cannot do this, Dallas. I mean, this is huge. That doesn't even look fast. I'm gonna break a rule here. I'm gonna break a rule. We're gonna bring up the iRacing UI. I'm curious, what was his speed? He wasn't even over 30 miles an hour. How could he have been speeding?
Maybe he had some sort of other issue that he had to take care of? That maybe it wasn't his speeding?
I don't know. That's strange. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to investigate. I want to know why our best driver of the race is out of the contention for the win now. I'm going to investigate something. In my iRacing screen, that's why you're seeing B-roll. Do not panic. I want to see if I can find anything on Pataska. No, there's nothing to show me anything.
Everything I can look at, I'm seeing nothing. I don't know what that causes slowdown is there.
So let me bring the B-roll back down. I just know when Zach Murders has been with me on these races, he's been able to see different penalties and such. I am so... I think the word that fits is befuddled. He's now 16th. It's at least not quite as punishing as it was for Nash earlier in the race. But this is 30 to go. We're going to have 31 at the drop of the green here. Oh my gosh. This is why I didn't want to nominate drivers of the day yet, but here we are.
At least Nash had more time to make up space.
Yeah. Here we go. It's going to be Challoner and Nash, your front row, then Dowd and O'Neill, Banfield, Pancari, your top six, restart zone, sunset here at Darlington, green flag back in the air in South Carolina. Side by side for third. Nash not letting Challoner get away. He's in the lead for the first time today. The one car finally out front. And for Nathan Dowd, at this point, you've got to start to think points. That's the guy you're racing in the point standings. He's leading this race. I think I heard Lynn Kinchlow say 250 points to win the race, about 25 points between positions there on back, at least between first and second. That's huge. And there is a big string of cars slow, or at least all over the place. Here's Pataska trying to get through the field, crashing in the back. Pataska makes a pass. Scott Kukas around. Oh my goodness, what is happening? But we stay green for now. Everything has come apart for Dallas Pataska. He's not yet back in the top 10. He's 14th. Here he is, just getting past some lap cars. He's going to go through some more lap cars, actually. The next car ahead of him, there goes one. That's Northway. Hard in the inside wall.
The aggressive restart. Oh my days.
Pataska gets by Klaus. Now going to go to work trying to chase down Wayne Hutchison. This is a pass on Brian Bennett, who's a lap down. Here's Pataska's on board. He's 13th. He needs multiple cautions. Back to my point on the points, though. Challoner and Dowd, 59 apart. Dowd with the lead coming into today. Challoner trying to move up and gain. And we saw, I do believe, the gap, I think, stayed the same between last round and this round. So I believe last round might have been a drop for at least Dowd. And Challoner, I think, matched. I'm not really sure. Maybe they earned the same points. I don't exactly recall, but I I do believe that gap stayed stagnant. They were in different classes. I think that's what it was. I think they earned the same amount of points between their two different classes. I think they had the same results. But now it's back to single class races the rest of the season. This is where the differences start to be made, and if you're Dowd, you can't afford to be 3 spots back.
I'm just still in shock on what happened of your safety car there. I can't believe that Dallas is so far back now.
He is 6.8 seconds back of Christian Challoner. There he is. He's just now catching Wayne Hutchison with a little over 20 laps to go. I can only imagine the frustration. I mean, that's all on the driver.
And to add a little bit of extra salt to the wound, since he's not the leader, he's lapping none of these cars. Any and all of these cars can fight him as much as they wish, without any potential punishment from race control or otherwise.
That's absolutely right. These are all for position. They can race him as hard as they want. And for a lot of these guys, these are their seasons. This is points for their season. They've got to race. So here we go. We've got to race for the 3rd spot. O'Neal defending. Dowd sends it in turn 1. Side by side. O'Neal relents. Dowd gets the spot. That's at least starting to stop the bleeding a little bit. That's putting pressure on the bleeding, I'd say, between Challoner and Dowd on the racetrack. Still, 1.8 seconds separates the two. Meanwhile, look at the driver who's now at the back end of the top 5. Somebody in the back of my mind I wanted to consider for driver of the day, but at the time was a few spots lower than he is now. Brett Pancari. He's not a season pass holder, so he's at here with the triple number, a 236. Doesn't run all the rounds, but he's here today, and he is here to play. 20 laps to go thereabouts, and he's in the top 5, racing with some of the best.
And when you were talking to the driver of the day, I was wondering if you were going to get Pancari. Honestly, I was waiting for it.
I definitely wanted to. I wanted to. I wanted to recognize what he's done today, but at the time, he was just a little bit further back, and Steele had made, I felt like, more of an impact. Well, Steele is now 7th. He's still up, several spots, but just things have changed. Pancari is well up the order. Pataska, by the way, 1 spot shy of cracking the top 10 as we take 20 laps to go here in the Major Southern 500. We ride on board now with Dallas Pataska. This is the work out ahead of him. It's not crazy to imagine we could have one more caution in this race, even more. I don't think we're set up to have green-white checkers, so we are working strictly within the 367. Despite what you would... Go ahead.
We do have 2 green-white checkers this race.
Ah, look at that. So it's a bit like NASCAR.
Yes, sir. So we got a few extra laps here that we could run possibly. If Pasca gets this right, I think he could pull the rest of the come back. I don't want to jinx it. I don't think he will, but it's in the realm of possibility, I think.
He needs a caution. As it stands now, he's not getting the win. He needs a caution. But I will say, since I last mentioned his gap to the leader, and as he makes this pass on Wyatt Roberts for 10th, he has actually gained on Christian Challoner. So through this traffic, through running down cars and passing them, he has actually gained time on the race leader, and that is tough to do. That's not easy. That deserves some recognition. So, I mean, he's still not a bad driver of the day pick. It's just what could have been for Dallas. All of those laps led out the window, all due to a pit speeding penalty. And I liken it actually to what happened in the NASCAR race earlier. I caught the back end of it. Ross Chastain doing everything he can to upset Joey Logano, who had a gap coming into the Roval today, to make it into the next round of the playoffs. Chastain blew it. He had an 8-point lead, blew it on pit lane with a speeding penalty, put himself back in jeopardy. In the end, it's a little more complicated than that, but in the end, Logano advanced to the next round of the playoffs, and Chastain did not. And Chastain knew. He pulled the wrong gear on pit exit. He knew it as soon as he did it, tried to get back down to speed, but he knew it. You can see the in-car replay, he knew right away, and I can only imagine the frustration that is built now for Dallas Pataska. It's got to be similar as we view a battle now with about 15 to go between Steele and Willard. This is for the 7th spot. Pataska is right behind it. There goes Pataska. This is the onboard of Jason Wallet.
As I was saying earlier, all these are in position. There's nothing stopping any of these drivers he's passing right now from just diving it on the inside and taking position back. Besides, maybe the speed difference, but we don't consider that right now.
Battle for 4th still ongoing as we approach 10 laps to go here at Darlington Raceway. Brett Pancari on the back bumper of Austin O'Neill. Pancari chooses an outside lane here right up against the outside wall, then arcs down on the exit of turn 4. That's going to get him a bit of a run. A little too high though, scrapes the outside wall. O'Neill hangs on. And this is proving, and I love this about the Major Series in general. We see O'Neill, Challoner, Dowd. They're all up front in Majors Petit Le Mans, a round to go. O'Neill won in class. And then here they are in a NASCAR Next Gen Stock Car at Darlington of all places. Up front again. Contending for a win. I mean, that's just insane. When you think about the range these drivers have to compete within, that is definitely to be respected.
And, I think for, especially any season pass holders specifically, who run this series, I mean, major respect to all of them because, yeah, just as you were saying, they have to be so well varied in every type of racing style to be in contention for the championship at all.
The only thing not in play this season is dirt of some kind, and I wouldn't put it past them to throw that in 26. That would just complicate things even further for these guys, whether it's dirt road or dirt oval. That would be a huge extra step to take. I think dirt's been in the play in the past, and they both dirt oval and dirt road, but regardless, 10 laps to go. Let's focus up. 10 laps to go at Darlington Raceway. On board with Nathan Dowd, points leader coming into today, trying to chase down Christian Challoner. But right now, he just needs to approach and pass Robert Nash to try and get second place back away. Again, the pass for third put some pressure on the bleeding, but he's got to continue tying the tourniquet. He's got to continue to do everything he can to minimize the loss here. If Challoner is truly about to win this race, minimize the loss. Pataska, meanwhile, races with Ross Banfield. Makes the pass on the GTP winner from Petit Le Mans. Banfield slips back down to 7th spot. Pataska up to 6th. So he's nearly recovered to the top 5. And I don't know that he gets there for 5th as Brett Pancari races with Austin O'Neill, but it's certainly possible, I'd say.
I mean, even just getting back into the top 10 and so close to top 5 alone is insane from
Absolutely.
Any driver. And he's just doing it today, showing why he was in the lead.
Absolutely. In such short order as well. For Pataska to go from that spot, 15th or 16th, we only have 15 cars in the lead lap. So from 15th spot, nearly to the top 5 again. Had to fight through all that lap traffic and then start running people down once they'd already spread out. That is huge. And Lionel Callisto was also one of those speeders on pit lane or got penalized, whatever happened. Lionel Callisto's only back up to 12th. I think that shows the difference between Dallas Pataska and Lionel Callisto and really just Dallas Pataska and the average man, the average Joe in this case. In one of these cars here at Darlington. But 6 laps to go, coming to 5. And here's your race leader, sun setting, getting lower in the sky, straight through the windshields of these race cars. And this could be the final 5 laps for Christian Challenger to try and put another win on the board before we go to 2 straight road courses at Bathurst and Suzuka. First with supercars, then with Super Formula. And Dowd, if I recall correctly, was open about maybe not having the best go. I know somebody said, I think it was Dowd, might not feel that great about going open wheel racing in the final round of the season. This could be Christian Challenger turning on the wick right when he needs to. That was 5 laps to go. Here comes for 4 laps to go.
And frankly, I don't blame Dowd. Open wheels are really scary drives, especially ones as high level as the Super Formulas. All the Super Formula lights, just the Super Formulas. I've driven them a little. They are absolutely terrifying. And at a high speed circuit such as Suzuka that they'll be at, I don't blame Dowd at all.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenging couple of rounds to the end. Really, really difficult race car and track combinations for all of these drivers to settle the Major Series Championship here in 2025. The intensity ramps up now. 3 laps to go. Can Challenger complete 2 more and get to the white flag and make this race official? There are some close battles. We're not out of the woods yet. But Christian Challenger will come around turns 3 and 4 and make it 2 laps to go, this time by. Popsicle sticks in the air for car number 1. Or 78, however you want to look at it. Further back, Pancari still works on O'Neill. No motion yet. But Tasca has closed up. This will be a 3-car fight these last lap and a half or so. This is not the only fight, though, as Pancari looks around the outside of O'Neill. But here comes Christian Challenger down the front straightaway. 1 lap to go. Brought to you by Whiplash Simcams. And there are lapped cars ahead of Challenger. This could complicate things. Nash is not that far back. Last run down the Boeing backstretch into turn 3. Christian Challenger way down low. And off of turn number 4, passing the Kiwi that is Robert Northway, Christian Challenger locks up a 2nd overall win in the Major Series in 2025, and he gets it done in the Southern 500. Darlington Raceway belongs to driver number 1.
Number 1 for P1. That's quite the drive from Chandler there. Honestly, I would almost say, though I know it's after the race now, that might have been a little bit of a lucky break there with Pancari, or with Pasta getting the speeding penalty there. I think that might have just been a little bit lucky there.
I'd say so. That took the top competitor kind of out of his windshield and moved him to his rearview mirror and deep in the distance as well. It's Challenger, it's Nash, it's Dowd, your top 3. We'll review the finish for 5th because it comes down to a very fine margin. But here is Christian Challenger burning it down at Darlington Raceway. The virtual fans on their feet. This is big for Christian. Again, right time of the season to turn up the wick, grab himself a win, and start to put pressure on Nathan Dowd for the championship. The Christian Challenger gets it done. Didn't lead until that last stretch to the end. Always was playing second fiddle earlier on in the race. Just put himself in the right place at the right time. That long run earlier really helped him get by Dowd, get by Nash, and put himself where he needed to be here at the end. It all had to go his way, I'd say. And he gets it done here at Darlington. Much we wanted to go back and look at something here at the end of the race. Let's go back and see the finish for 5th place. I think we have to go back a little bit further. It's going to be an epic one. Watch Pataska here, the 24. Big send. This is for 5th place. He's trying to get back into the top 5. And watch how close it's going to be at the stripe. Pancari gets the run, slow it down. And this is the run to the finish. Pancari has the run on the outside. That's how close it is at the stripe. Pancari credited with 5th place by 1/1000th of a second. We've had some close finishes at Darlington before. None quite like that for 5th. I mean, that was incredible. Let's watch this back one more time.
This right here is what is great in oval racing when they are that close. Just a little slither, almost like a credit card little length.
This is how close it was. We'll switch cameras here because it's going to be a lot of catch fence down to the... Well, maybe we'll keep it. Let's keep it. Down to the line. Pancari just gets the run. And just gets there. Now, back in real time. Let's watch this from 3 and 4.
You know, with that wall contact, I'm honestly a little surprised he got that.
Incredible. That's how close it is. That's for 5th place. Brett Pancari going to hang on to a top 5 here today at Darlington Raceway. We'll go back and take a look at your unofficial race results. And Blue Car, what a race it was. Of course, Christian Challoner, we know, is the race winner today. I don't think there's going to be much contest there, but here's a look at it. Christian Challoner with the win. Only led the final 34 laps of the race, but that's all he needed to do. And he gets it done over Robert Nash, Nathan Dowd, Austin O'Neill, and everybody else at the front of the field. Brett Pancari, 5th place. I mean, it's kind of a who's who ahead of him. And behind, with Dallas Pataska, Ross Manfield, Ryan Steele, Chris Willard even. It is a stacked top 10 here today at Darlington. It definitely demanded all that these drivers had to offer, and you see the result of it. The best of the best finish up front.
I mean, absolutely insane drive from every single driver that you're seeing on your screen right now. They all drove very well. Like, I don't think you could put most people in and they'd drive like this. Every person here gave something special to the table. Brought something special to the table. Let me fix that there.
See here, 11th through 20th, Wyatt Roberts, Lionel Callisto, Wayne Hutchison, 13th. Decent run for Wayne at the end of the day. Sebastian Jackson as well, pretty close there. Timothy Klaus, the final car, 1 lap down, or on the lead lap, rather. The first car 1 lap down is Shane Vickery ahead of Brian Bennett. Bryce Roberts, Don Dolson, Brian McGreevy, your top 20. We'll take a look here at 21st through 30th, and you get guys like Lynn Kinchlow, Greg McEnany, Robert Northway. They just had trouble over the course of the race. Andy Banfield, Joshua Mertz out early. I believe we had 24th finish. I believe Mertz was the... Well, no. We had 26th finish. Mertz did make it to the end. Daniel Johnson did not. And Kyle Graham made it to the end of the race. Despite the incidents that he had, props to Kyle Graham staying in the race and not just exiting out early. Gained a lot of spots doing that. Derek Cook finishes 28th. Scott Kukas, Matt Gelder, your top 30. Ahead of these final 8, Bill Daly, 131 laps down. David Hall, 32nd in the back of the field here. Craig Hawkins, 33rd. Stephen Cornez, there 34th over Jason Lottridge, Brock Hawkins, Ronald McPherson, and William Fletcher. It's getting late. Let's wrap this one up. Some driver interviews headed our way. And of course, we'll start with our race winner here today at Darlington Raceway. Christian Challoner's second time this season. You've won a 500-mile oval race here in Majors Americas. How much more grueling was this one, though, versus Indianapolis?
Kind of similar, if I'm honest with you. Just really different type of race. Well, I'd say different type of race, more different car, different track kind of element to it. Like the strategy and everything felt very similar actually, and it was really difficult to pass. So there was actually kind of quite a bit of Indianapolis feel to it. We were just going slower and the wall's a lot more dangerous. Well, maybe not more dangerous, but it's more of a thing here than it is at Indy. So, yeah, really tough race, but really fun. Very unexpected. I came in with absolutely no expectations. I wasn't really a fan of how the car felt in practice, but qualified relatively well. Felt okay at the beginning of the race. Sped early, which sucked, but kind of probably the speeding early helped me the most because I knew then it was dangerous, that you could really accidentally kind of speed without noticing it as much. I don't know why. It seemed like everybody in the top 5 sped at least once, and I was just fortunate to do it first, but then learned a lot trying to come back through the field. Nearly crashed. Had a huge moment through turn 1 and 2. I was on the bottom and just completely lost the rear, completely on the lock stop, and yeah, really fortunate to be able to keep going there. But learned a lot through that, and then kind of was just really measured, and I tried to keep the aggression sort of at a limit and just kind of respect the wall and the track, and it worked out. I mean, I feel really bad for Dallas because he was gonna win. Like, there's no question about it. He was gonna win, but yeah, I've been unlucky in this league a lot, so probably okay that it goes my way with this time.
And it does go your way exactly how it needed to there at the end. You didn't get to the top spot until the final 34 laps. And this is going to be a big help for you in the standings, is starting to put a little more pressure into these final 2 rounds on Nathan Dowd. How do you feel about Gen 3 Supercars at Bathurst later this month, and then Super Formula next month at Suzuka?
I still think it's going to be pretty difficult, if I'm completely honest. I feel better in Gen 3 Supers than I do probably Super Formula, but I was actually saying in the race, I feel like Nathan's gotten really, really good. Like, there was years past where I feel like you would see him a couple of races, particularly road course races, you knew he would be a threat, but it was kind of the performance was not always there. Whereas this season, I'm like, it really doesn't matter what we've turned up to. It's like he's the guy or one of the guys to beat. So I don't think I can count on past success really with the V8 Supers. I have been pretty good with those at Bathurst, but I fully expect to turn up and have to battle him for it. And I think, if I don't practice enough, he's gonna beat me. So I kind of think it just comes down to how it plays out, and really just which of us puts it together the best. And throughout the season, it's honestly been him for the most part. It's only really the latter half where it started to come together a bit. Obviously, it went a little bit wrong at Road Atlanta, but yeah, probably the last 4 races I feel like I've started to put it together, and he's been there the entire time. Like, I can't think of a race all season where he's not been competitive.
I can't think of one either. I think Nathan Dowd has been there every round, but Christian may be turning the lights on when you need to right here at the end of the season. Best of luck these last couple of rounds, and we'll certainly be watching for car number 1.
Thank you.
Going to be late for Christian overseas there. We'll let him get to bed for the night. It's got to be getting out of his bedtime. We'll bring in, though, Robert Nash for you, Blue. This has got to be a driver who's got a story to tell up and down through the course of the day. Had that speeding penalty early and still fought back to second.
Absolutely monster drive from Robert here, who's in now. How are you doing after the race, Robert?
Pretty good. Pretty tired. That was a long race, but man, that was just a lot of fun. It was a good old school race, and I'm glad I brought pace with me today to be able to run up there with those guys. But yeah, really, really enjoyable.
I'm glad. Was there any point after that speeding penalty where you were questioning on being able to bring it back up?
Yeah, probably right after the penalty. Luckily, I caught a yellow after that where about half the field pit, and that brought me, a good amount of positions. So it didn't end up influencing me too much. It was probably the best time to get a speeding penalty. It seems like that was the theme in the top 4 at least for most of the race. We all got speeding penalties at some point. So yeah, at the end of the day, it didn't influence me too much, but it was probably the best it could have been at the end of the day. So
Nice. And then Final thing, coming into these last couple races of the season, you have Bathurst and Suzuka next. How are you feeling about those each?
Pretty good. I like Bathurst. I may not be able to make that race, but we'll see. And then Suzuka and the SF23, I love that car. And I'm more of an open wheel guy myself, so I'm definitely excited for that one.
Cannot wait to see you in both of those. I suppose we'll let you go then. Let you rest up, get some water, get some food. I imagine you're hungry.
Yes, definitely.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, guys.
That's Robert Nash finishing second place. All that leading early, all that pole position work, just to come up one spot short, and we appreciate Robert in his time there. At the end, we'll bring in third place Nathan Dowd, and I had an analogy at one point that you were putting some pressure on the bleeding, starting to tie that tourniquet to try and stop the bleeding that was Christian Challoner eating into your points lead here, Nathan. But what did it feel like from the cockpit, from the driver's seat, as you see him drive away with that last restart, knowing he's that far ahead, he's going to start to eat into points, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it?
Once I got a pretty bad restart there on that last restart, I kind of knew it was going to be, unless he got really unlucky with some lap traffic or something, that was kind of all she wrote for getting back up to him. But I mean, yeah, I kind of screwed myself with the speeding penalty there. Halfway, 100 something. I don't remember when it was, but like halfway through the race or so. And I feel like once I had that, I knew I was gonna have to kind of just minimize the damage as much as I could at that point. And I feel like I did a decent job getting back at least up to the top 3. That was my goal, kind of. At the beginning was top 3 with, hopefully Chandler didn't win, but he did. So in the end there, I probably would have been better off with Tasca staying up there, at least with the way the points table is. I'd probably have a smaller points gap to Challenger if Tasca actually got the win, but unfortunately he got a speeding penalty as well. So I don't know. It all kind of fell against me there the second half of the race, it seemed like. But yeah, third place, still very, I can't complain about that, honestly. It could be a lot worse. So yeah, no, I think he'll gain a little bit of points on me here, obviously. So we'll see where it ends up, but should have a little bit of a lead still. It's gonna make the last couple rounds pretty stressful, but we'll do our best.
And these last couple of rounds, Gen 3 supercars at Bathurst, Super Formulas at Suzuka. Remind me, how do you feel about these last 2 races, these last 2 car and track combos?
Bathurst, I'm fairly familiar with. It's been a while since I ran it. I didn't actually get a chance to run the. They just had a special event there. I should have ran, but I just didn't have time with the supercars there, like a week or 2 ago. That would have been good prep. But I'm pretty familiar with the track at least. I haven't driven the new supercars yet. From what I hear, there's still a handful, so it'll be tough, but it'll be fun. Yeah, they're always a lot of fun. At least the old ones always were whenever we ran them. So I'm assuming these ones be the same story. We'll have to do a lot of practice, get a feel for him. But yeah, I believe I'll be able to get myself up to, respectable shape for that one. And then Suzuka, open wheel cars are a complete wild card for me. I don't really race them. Super Formulas I've never raced, so that one's just going to come down to me putting a ton of practice in, most likely, to give myself any real shot of being competitive in that. So that's what we'll do. Yeah, so hopefully it'll be tough. Like I said, I think I talked to you guys during the MEC race. It's going to be tough to hold Christian off once he gets on a roll like this. That's just what he does. So we'll just do our best and give him our best shot, and hopefully we can eke it out at the end there.
Going to be close to the end. A lot of practice ahead for Nathan Dowd. Nathan, thanks for your time. Congratulations on still leading a bunch of laps, finishing third place, and still putting up a really solid effort today here at Darlington.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Nathan Dowd gets it done. Third place. Needed to be a little bit higher, needed to be ahead of Christian Challoner, but at the end of the day, you've got to play with the hand that is dealt to you, and he's just got to go out there and, I mean, really, put it into practice. Get used to those cars and tracks coming up, and be ready for Bathurst with supercars and Suzuka with Super Formula. There's not much else you can say about it. He's just got to try to do his best, and I think even for Christian, pretty much the same. I think these guys are just about even now with 2 rounds to go, I believe. I think Dowd will still have a slight edge, I think, but it's going to be very close going into Bathurst later this month. And anything can happen on the mountain at Bathurst. Anything. Might have lost blue there for a moment. That's okay. I do want to mention, backtrack a little bit. We are just about, well, we'll go ahead and wrap up the Driver of the Day vote, as it has been stagnant now for a couple of moments, and it's going to be Dallas Pataska with the Driver of the Day win, getting that nod over Christian Challoner, Nathan Dowd, and Ryan Steele. So a big prop goes out to Dallas Pataska, certainly able to still win Driver of the Day and get some serious attention for the 235 laps that he led here today at the virtual Darlington Raceway. I want to go back to that schedule graphic for just a moment and just highlight again, we've got 2 completely brand new cars to the channel coming up in these final 2 rounds of the series. A lot of unknowns lie ahead for everybody, broadcast and drivers and teams and competition alike. It's going to be a very interesting couple of rounds to close out the 2025 Major Series here in the Americas region. I'm very excited. Going to be a lot of fun to close things out with the Major Series here in 2025. It's going to be an epic battle, certainly, at least at Bathurst next week, and I'd imagine as well at Suzuka for round 12. A big thank you to our partners with the channel, Whiplash SimCams, ATVO, CC's Business, Cody, Williams Design, Lucky Performance, and the North American Racing League. That Lucky Performance Lucky Break of the day, I'd say it still goes to Christian Challoner. Of course, the North American Racing League Driver of the Day vote went the way of Dallas Pataska. And if we take a look at what's upcoming for us here at Pit Stop TV, it looks like this. We go to Mexico City with the Sarah Pierce Fleet Service Super Series next up. That's this coming Thursday. Next Tuesday, we go to Daytona to open a new season with the BRB Sundance Pro Series. And then the following Thursday, it's the first mystery round for the Pierce Fleet Service Super Series. You can follow us on social media all over the internet: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, and X. And keep up with everything Pit Stop TV and everything that we have to offer. Thanks for watching this evening. It has been a pleasure. I know it's been a grind, nearly 5 hours of broadcasting, but wouldn't have it any other way. Thanks for watching this evening. Hopefully we see you in the next one. For the Major Series, it's Bathurst later this month with the Gen 3 Supercar. For us here at Pit Stop TV, the next thing we are watching or have on our radar, we go to Mexico City with some super late models on the oval. Going to be a lot of fun. For everybody here at Pit Stop TV, thanks so much for watching. We'll see you all next time. Until then, have a great night.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.